All cooked. Okay, with my messy ass hair, we're about to start this bitch. Yeah, I gotta say the packed ass crowd. That's not good news, man. There's so many fucking. I mean, masks and shit are good, but people are gonna be taking them down. You can't control everybody. Look, like this dude on camera with his mask down. Like, I mean, come on. Just saying. I'm gonna leave it there. Said enough about that. So it is what it is. Trey Lance. Yeah, we'll see, man. I do think the Patriots. I don't know. I mean, they're hard to read, but I think that there's a solid chance that they do go after a quarterback and even trade up in the first round to get one. So we'll see how that goes. That will be interesting. But potentially coming out of this draft, two AFC East rivals could have their franchise guy or their next guy or whatever. The Jets are expected to take Zach Wilson. If the Patriots were to get like Mac Jones or Trey Lance or one of those guys, that would be a big deal. And obviously people would be talking about that. And then, how's Tua doing and compared to the new rookies, right? And all that bullshit. But look, man, at the end of the day, we'll see what the Dolphins do. As of right now, they still do have the 6th overall pick and the 18th overall pick. My expectation, I do feel like Chris Greer is going to move one of those picks. My guess is he'll probably move the 18th pick. I feel like he's going to take the 18th pick and move up, but we'll see what happens. All I got to say really at this point, I mean, I would take Penei Sewell at 6. I would even consider Rashawn Slater, but if you didn't think he was worth taking at 6, then trade back a little bit, pick up some more fucking draft capital, even though you had already done that by trading down to 12, right? So, all this moving around can be risky, but trade back, get a little bit more draft capital, and then maybe take Rashawn Slater, later in the first round or whatever. That's what I would do. I think they're most likely going to take Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase should one of those guys fall to them. If one of those guys isn't there, both of them are gone, maybe they trade back and take a wide receiver. I just don't think that taking a skill position is the right choice, if I'm being honest, because I think that the offensive line is not going to be as good as they hope it's going to be, and it's going to make things tough for Tua to take that next step. He's going to have a brand new offensive coordinator, a new system, technically 2 offensive coordinators. They got to find a run game for him still. The offensive line has a long way to go before they're, a solid unit. And so there's a lot that needs to happen. I just don't think that taking a skill position player is the right choice. If it was me, most likely I would take with my first pick, I would take an offensive lineman, the top one. I would get either Rashawn Slater or if Penei Sewell wasn't there, I would get Rashawn Slater in the first round. But also then I would, with my second pick, I would most likely go pass rusher because I think that is the next biggest need. I think it's offensive line, then defensive line, because I think the interior of the defensive line needs some help too, especially with, Godshaw not being there anymore or whatever. So Davis, I mean, he definitely still has a lot of potential and, whatever. And he was definitely one of the better rookies from last year's class. But, I mean, keeping it real, the first 2 draft classes in this regime are not all that great and have a long way to go to proving that, they're not wasted drafts, essentially. I mean, this is the 3rd year of their rebuild. There is massive expectations. And so really, and I, talked about this for a while. Unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the expectation for this team is they have to win 10 games and at least, and they have to compete within the AFC East division this year, and they also have to make it to the playoffs. If they don't do those things, then at best you could say it was a neutral season comparative to last year. But if they win 8 games and don't really compete in the division, or not so much, or maybe a fucking 8 and what, I guess it would be an 8-9 team or a 9-8 team, since there's an extra game or whatever, maybe that would be enough to compete in the division, although with the Buffalo Bills probably not. So the expectations are super high. So whatever they do in this draft, they have to fucking hit, because they haven't hit very much in their first 2 drafts. Really, I wouldn't even say that anybody would be considered a hit in my perspective at this particular point in time. I hope some of those guys develop better and produce more and whatever. But I also think that the defense is going to probably take a step back. I mean, they've already lost multiple key contributors to last year's defense, even though I said at the time they weren't worth picking up to begin with, because they're high-priced free agents that you're not going to get, the kind of production for what they're being paid. I said that last offseason. People were like, oh, no, but they're doing great things picking these guys up. Lo and behold, cut them after 1 season. And, in large part because of cap issues, which they still will have to do, unfortunately. So not only have they already lost a bunch of guys, but they also will likely have to, yes, they can restructure contracts, but they're likely going to have to cut 1 or 2 players as well. And, some more key cogs to that defense are on the chopping block, or even trading block. Xavier Howard is not safe. Byron Jones is not safe. Bobby McCain, Eric Rowe, not safe. These guys, none of these guys are safe, unfortunately. So we'll see. We'll see. It starts with tonight. This unquestionably, this year will be the make it or break it year for the current Dolphins regime. I promise you. If they win 10 games and compete in the division and make it to the playoffs, then they will stick around. But I promise you, if they regress, if the defense takes a step back, if the offense doesn't progress how they want, especially after, getting, one of those flashy, stud pass catchers in the first round, whatever, despite the fact that pass catcher will be a rookie and has to figure out how to transition and learn the fucking system, etc. Right? If they take a step back, I promise you, Chris Grier and Brian Flores will not be around for much longer. This season will determine their tenure with the team. Because Stephen Ross, unless he all of a sudden changes the way that he's done business, but he has shown that every single coach that he has brought in his time as majority owner, he has fired approximately 3 to 3.5 years after hiring him. So I expect that trend to continue unless he totally changes the way he does business, but I kind of doubt it at whatever age he is and getting older, because he's getting more desperate. So this motherfucker should have been started, but of course they're apparently not ready. Sorry. I went to fucking B-Dubs and got some cauliflower wings because I'm vegan, of course. And that's my lunch. I always get mango habanero, but man, they are fucking hot, and they kick my ass these days. So the clock hasn't even started yet, though. So I don't know exactly what's going on. They're just kind of hanging out still, I guess. How do we do this? You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna get a little messy. Fuck it. Come on, bitch. I got some vegan blue cheese. If the motherfucking shit would... Oh, come on. Really? There we go. Come on. I need some of it. Let's go ahead and do the same over here. Roger Goodell's such a cunt, by the way. Just wanted to throw that in there, too. I was watching him earlier during some of the, like, pre-draft show stuff. He was talking about how safe it is. But look at how tightly packed people are. Not here so much in this shot. Not that you can see the shot I'm talking about, but not in the... It's, like, right around the stage. They're pretty tightly packed, but... There was another section they showed of just all fans that, man, they were tight together. Even though it's funny because one of the top cornerbacks in this draft, Caleb Farley, actually isn't going to the draft tonight because he caught COVID. And fucking Jesus, man. All right, so they motherfucking... Roger Goodell's coming out. We're finally going to start. Jarvis Landry's up there. That's interesting. Why? Why is Juice on the stage, huh? All right, come on, let's get to it. Nobody likes you, Goodell. You get fucking booed every time.
Them, even though they don't need to be introduced to Brownie fans. First, Jarvis Landry.
Woo!
Bernie Kosar.
So he's got Juice,
Big Joe Thomas.
Kosar, and Joe Thomas. Why? Is it just because they're in Cleveland and, hey, we're going to bring up some current and former Browns stars?
With all our fans, all of you.
Okay, Goodell. I really, like, I can't express how much I really just don't care about what Goodell has to say.
We can't wait to have all of you
Shit.
In First Energy Stadium and every stadium across the lake.
Yeah, bro, they're going to spread fucking COVID like wildfire at these packed stadiums this year.
So tonight,
but of course, nobody cares. Not the NFL, anyway.
From out here, the backstage come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight and sit in that chair.
Oh my God, who cares? That's another thing. Who the fuck cares about Roger Goodell's chair? Like, people don't care about Roger Goodell. Why do they care about his chair? Like, this is so dumb. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm trying. But, like, really, who the fuck cares about this motherfucker's chair, bruh? All right, let's get to these draft picks. Let's go.
All right, we got a winner. We got a winner. Hang on 1 second, because I'm going to ask Joe Thomas to give his little pregame speech and get you a little fired up before we start tonight. So, Big Joe. What's up, Cleveland?
Woo, Joe Thomas. All right, come on, bruh. Give you a little pump up and let's get to these picks.
Here we go. Here we go. Look at Joe
Trevor Lawrence expected to go number 1. That was it? That was your pump up? All right.
Let's get that party started.
So they're just going to bring up a fan from each team to chill in his chair while he reads the pick. What a giant cunt. Roger Goodell is a douchebag. I'm just saying. I hate Roger Goodell.
Draft is now officially open.
Thank God. Let's go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
All right, Jacksonville is officially now on the clock.
Filled with vaccinated people. We're off and running here in Cleveland.
I will be right back.
After being challenged in a way we couldn't have imagined, things are different this year. Especially here, things have been mind all we've been through and all we hope to be.
Woo.
Now this game comes on.
These mango habaneros got me sweating, bruh. Mango habanero wings, baby. I love them. They're good. They're spicy as fuck, though. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what's up. So I really think the Dolphins are going to stay put at 6 because I do think that they can get a playmaker that they want there. I don't know. It's hard to say if Pitts or Chase will fall to 6. I think there's a good possibility though, because you could get 3, maybe even 4 quarterbacks to go before them. That is possible. Penei Sewell could possibly go before them as well. Although, as I said, in the onset, Penei Sewell would be my pick. Or, I would consider Rashawn Slater in the first, maybe drop back a little bit. Excuse me, and then get him. I think they're gonna move the 18th pick though. I feel like they're gonna take the 18th pick and some other capital and move up. That's what I think. Let's see if I'm right, see if I'm wrong. Of course, I mean, there was obviously a ton of rumors. They got 7.5 minutes. First time selecting number 1 overall in franchise history. It's expected to be Trevor Lawrence, whose family is on the screen right now. It would be a big shocker if they didn't take Lawrence. However,
we're not doing that this year. Jaguars fans, we're not doing that.
You never know what can happen, is what I was going to say. Something to that effect.
What do you have over there, Daniel Jeremiah, on the terrific Trevor Lawrence? Well, not all first overall picks are the same. This is a year for the Jacksonville Jaguars. You are very thankful you were picking number 1 because guys like Trevor Lawrence, they simply don't come around very often. It's the highest grade I've put on a quarterback going back to Andrew Luck. So he'd be the number 2 in terms of that type of player.
So Daniel Jeremiah is talking about how much he loves Trevor Lawrence, how good he is, and Jacksonville is it's about as close to a guarantee as you can get. Is basically what he's saying.
I think the Jacksonville Jags get up and running pretty quick. And to be the number 1 pick isn't just about your athletic ability and the fact that you can throw the football really well. It's being able to handle the mantle of being the number 1 pick in the face of the franchise.
Handle the mantle of being the number 1 pick. See, that's part of the bullshit though that I hate. The fucking hype and the fucking expectation that goes on these players. I think it's stupid. I think it's unnecessary, and I think it does actually cause fucking players to, lose faith in themselves when they shouldn't. And then people will respond with, yeah, well, if they just can't handle it, then they shouldn't be that guy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but also you might have a higher probability of having those guys be a success if you didn't fucking, put crushing pressure on them. That's why I would not take a rookie quarterback and play him. I would redshirt him for sure. Of course, that would also happen naturally because I would never take a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, but I would take one every year in the later rounds for sure, or round 3 if I really needed one.
There was really only 2 games where Clemson really got it handed to them, and it was in the national championship game against LSU in the semifinal last year against Ohio State. I've had several people in the NFL tell me one of the most important, impressive things that they saw Trevor Lawrence do was compete to the end in those games. It wasn't just the splash plays and all the great things that he did. It was that when his back was on the ground, when his team's back was on the ground, he kept fighting right until the end. And that's the type of human spirit that I think Urban Meyer wants and really is attracted to and why he's going to.
So, I mean, you might wonder, like, well, why are they taking so long to put the pick in? I mean, now they're down to just under 4 minutes. Who knows, man? Maybe it's for the drama. Maybe it's for the show. Or maybe they're really not decided. And maybe they end up choosing somebody else. It would be interesting.
He's got the ability to make those big second-level throws. So there's so much to like about Trevor Lawrence. I guess I get to do an XL. We're in Corner's Corner. We're going to do an XL for you guys. I'll show you what I like. Is that we talk about processing. Able to read something, balls out of his hands before his receiver even turns around. Love the anticipation. The ability to read on the back end. See things after the play action. I'm going to check out this safety here. That safety gets a little bit nosy. And I got the arm and I've got the talent. A great touch over the top to make the big plays. The athleticism within the pocket. Little fake to the left, bounce back inside, make a throw. Look at this one. Find ways to create plays when something's not there.
I mean, he looks good in college, right? And that is definitely, obviously, some of the data that you have to look at, a lot of the data that you have to look at when evaluating players. But you always have to be cautious because you never know if it's going to actually translate. I mean, you would think this guy would be able to translate. He came from a big school pro system that he's got all the tools, et cetera, et cetera.
Remarkably, with 2 and change to go here, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Don't forget, they weren't 1-0 in the 2020 season. They won their opening game and then lost all 15 after that to earn the right to choose in less than 2 minutes.
I mean,
I know that hit a little bump there, Rich, with the Jets being in position, and all of a sudden the Jags. I was told their season ticket sales were through the roof. Once that happened, the Jets won a football game with like this guy Trevor Lawrence keeps coming their way. One other thing I want to add on Trevor.
Crazy.
As great as he is, and as excited as we are about him.
Damn all right. I gotta say, man, get to the pick though, for real.
He's still getting better.
Of course, pick is in. Part of it, of course, is so that way these analysts can do their thing and they can tell you, oh, blah, 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 this dude is fucking, well, right now they're doing what they expect, because they expect Trevor Lawrence. But they will also do, evaluations of all the first-round guys that are taken after they're actually picked. And they'll likely give them, grades and stuff like that. Immediate grades. Excuse me. So let's see. Let's see what's up. Let's see who they actually pick.
here in Cleveland, Ohio, love and know so well from his years at the Ohio State, deciding to kick the tires on being an NFL head coach and touched his arm.
Come on in.
Trevor Lawrence is the quarterback that you can get.
I don't like Goodell, but I want to hear this motherfucker say what's up. Let's go. Let's get it.
What an exciting time for Trevor Lawrence. All that pressure that's been on him his whole life, he's delivered. Big moment for him coming up.
So here is the inevitable.
And here he comes, slow walking his way up.
About to walk past the fan who's sitting in the chair that he conducted the draft from in the virtual draft last year. Bringing her to the podium.
All right, so the fan actually gets to go to the podium, maybe? No? No? Yes? Not really. Kind of, but not really.
In the
Shit.
2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
And so it is, Trevor Lawrence. It is official. It is in the books.
Has finally become reality. Family.
So no surprises with the number 1 pick. Let's see if there's any surprises with the number 2 pick. The Jets are expected to take Zach Wilson. God damn it.
He's even better off the field with all of his intangibles. Get a chance to see what he does here. How about let's start with accuracy. Look at how small this window is.
All right, so they're continuing their analysis of Trevor Lawrence, who is no longer the presumptive number 1 pick, but has now officially become the number 1 pick.
Down the field. Corey Holmer, the ball to Amari Rodgers. Down here in the red area, under pressure. Got a little bit of a whip block by your right tackle. Hang in there and deliver a strike as a freshman in the national championship game. Can you get away from pressure? You're going to see this at the next level. No problem. Climb up to the left and deliver a strike across your
Let's see how he does, man.
against the North Carolina.
I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that he's going to play, right? So let's see what happens. I mean, you know, the quarterbacks last year, Justin Herbert was the one that really, you know, separated himself from the others.
And this is not going to be too big for him.
There's no question about it. I think you hit that last one there. It's big for me. He's not just athletic. This guy's fast. This guy can run. This guy can outrun people. And Joe Klein hit on it. I don't think it's talked about enough. This guy is tough. And when you want to win over a football team, you win over the offensive line first.
Well, there you go.
He's gonna win those guys over.
Young buck
It's tough.
stepping up.
People take a hit. People
Number 1 pick,
see this guy come off the bench.
Trevor Lawrence.
Get checked out and take over a game. That's those things the big guys love to see that.
Always play the comparison game when we talk about these guys, and your guy, Coach Andrew Luck, is one of the guys he's compared to, and rightly so. One of the comparisons I use with him is another guy who wore 16, that's Joe Montana. Not necessarily in stature, but in how they go about their business and how cold-blooded they are on the field. You talk about that competitiveness that Joe Flynn brought up. And I talked with someone from his camp, Lawrence's camp. They did mention Joe Montana was a model for him.
So the Jets
Boom.
Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence. And that now
All right, Jets are on the clock.
New York Jets with 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
They got 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go for their pick. Expected to be,
New York Jets from
you know, I just want to say really quick,
2018.
yet again, I don't think Adam Gase was given an adequate chance, an even smaller chance than he was given in, you know, with the Dolphins. And the funny thing is, you know, everybody, especially Mekhi Becton, they're talking about Mekhi Becton like he's going to be a cornerstone piece to build around Zach Wilson, who they take this year. I was saying it before. If they would have given, you know, if Gase was still there, I don't think Gase would have kept Darnold. You know, I think Gase, because I had seen reports and stuff before Gase even went there that, you know, Gase wasn't really sold on Darnold. So I think it's a good, you know, high likelihood that he would have gotten rid of Darnold and, you know, would have probably taken Zach Wilson in this draft. But he's a good drafter, man. He had really good drafts with the Dolphins, and I don't think he's been given a fair shake. Having said that, Robert Saleh is, you know, a coveted coach, and so we'll see. I mean, they do have Mekhi Becton at left tackle, and they're likely to pick Zach Wilson. So it'd be interesting if they decided to take a different quarterback.
But I'm with you right away. He's got a chance to come in and be successful. He's got 5 legs. He brings that juice. He's going to fill the stadium. Obviously, but he's going to be that guy that can make those plays
I mean, a bunch of analysts say that Trey Lance actually has probably the highest ceiling out of all the quarterbacks. He's just also the most raw. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see where he goes. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I could really see the first round ending with Zach Wilson going to the Jets here in a minute, and then Trey Lance going to the Patriots after they trade up to get him. We'll see.
I'll tell you what, I love Zach Wilson. I believe part of it is because the imagination. Yeah. So you watch Patrick Mahomes and the way that he throws the football, what he's done at the National Football League level, it kind of runs away with you a little bit. When I watch Zach Wilson in college, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I see a little Patrick Mahomes there. Now, I hate to put that on a young kid, but that's where the excitement comes from, is that he's got such ability to create.
So Warner right now is talking about Zach Wilson's got a little bit of Pat Mahomes in him.
I think that they're going to be very excited, and he's also a winner. He's a great leader. That's what everyone at BYU would talk about when they talk about Zach Wilson. What I love about him is that he plays the game kind of like a shortstop and not a pitcher, and that your delivery is never repeated in football, right? Because the pocket always closes in. You got to move. You got to do different things. You got to change angles. So he plays more like a shortstop, and he still maintains his velocity and his accuracy, regardless of what.
Yeah, I mean, the highlights and the shit that I've seen on him, Zach Wilson does look like he's got all the tools.
It's not how fast you run the 40 or how big and strong you are, but the ability to make different plays in the pocket. Let me throw it to our athlete.
Especially being able to make really nice throws on the run. Pick is in.
Which means that drama we will turn our attention to.
49ers on the clock. Jets pick is in.
The last time a team drafted a quarterback in the top 3 picks of an NFL draft, just 3 years and 4 drafts apart, was ever. This is going to be the first time we've seen such a thing. The only thing that comes close was when the Bengals chose Carson Palmer and Achilles Smith. 5 years and 4 drafts apart right there. So it's been quite something that we have not seen before, and then we may see something for the first time since 1999 when Achilles Smith was taken, which is 3 quarterbacks in a row.
Woo! This motherfucking mango habanero, bro. Here we go. Goodell's coming up to the stage with the card. What am I doing? Shit got me fucking sweating my balls off.
With the second pick
Here we go.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson.
And it is indeed Zach Wilson.
BYU.
And as you can see, Zach Wilson is here. And on top of his already elite quarterback hair, he puts a New York Jets take flight cap on his lid. And is this young man?
So he is now a New York Jet, and now the Jets have, their presumptive quarterback of the future. The Bills have Josh Allen. We know what he is now at this point. We expect him to keep soaring. The Jets now have Zach Wilson. It'll be curious to see if the Patriots do land a quarterback.
Look, this is a player that brings a lot of energy, some confidence, borderline cockiness, which is what the Jets actually love about him in terms of what he brings. New York is going to fall in love with this kid. He has a unique ability. Joel talked about him being a shortstop. He's special off platform. He's very loose, natural thrower, all those arm angles. He was hurt in 2019 coming off of the shoulder. That explains why the numbers were what they were. He was healthy in 2020 and took off. This is some of the most
I've seen some of his off-platform throws, man, and they are pretty nice.
Back to the defense on play action. There are missiles like this in 4 or 5 of them in every single game you study. Look at the trajectory of that ball. is flat and it's firm. How about the vision? They're going to squeeze the middle of the field, get a bracket. He's going to work.
He's pretty good.
out. Just throw you the touch ball right here. Drop it right in the bucket. Perfect placement. This is the fun.
And if the Patriots do land a quarterback, man, I mean, I hate to say it, but there is a chance that Tua could end up being the last quarterback in the division. He has to take a big step forward, but they also need to make sure that that offensive line is protecting him and opening up holes.
Enjoy this for a second. Let it take this all in. Because this is going to be exciting for the Jets. This was the throw of the pro day season. This thing got so much attention. Every quarterback pro day after this, they ended up trying to make the same throw. You're right about that, and this is by NFL player comparison presented by James. And for me, it's two guys for him. Number one, Joe Burrow. I keep talking about that because not just their ascension to the number one role, but their ability to make the second and third reaction plays. Something breaks down in the pocket, there's movement, he finds people downfield for big plays. We saw that with Burrow at LSU. We're seeing it now. And of course, Russell Wilson, I did mention, at some point, these guys got to make plays from the pocket. It's not that everything they do is all platform short stop throws. They make the big throws from the pocket, find their guys downfield, and put on their receivers left to run with it.
Silly kids.
We all talked about Trevor Lawrence being the best player, the best quarterback in the draft. As Daniel said, this is the best film to watch for other quarterbacks. The most fun, the most exciting, the most different types of plays.
Woo, damn, I am sweating up a storm with these mango habaneros.
Excited about another finally drafted quarterback, and could this finally be the one?
So-
Melissa Stark is on the stage, and she will be interviewing prospects for us as the
49ers are up next. Let's see.
4 minutes and change.
They're projected to take Mac Jones.
Melissa Stark, take it away.
Yes, you included Rich Eisen, and Zach Wilson, of course, has known for some time that you're going to be a New York Jet, but this is your first opportunity to send a message to the fans. What do you want to say?
You know what? I'm going to give it everything I have. You know, I worked as hard as I could for this moment, and there's not another team I want to play for besides the Jets. So I'm going to give it everything I have. We're a special team, baby. We're going to the Super Bowl.
They'd love to hear that. Utah boys.
I'm making big promises. Confident kid, but good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, you know, just like every.
I think he probably will. Oh, what's going on, dude? What's going on, Harry? I think he will probably. Look, man.
Must be thrilled in New York. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
As it stands right now with Josh Allen and now Zach Wilson, I mean, you guys know my philosophy of never taking a quarterback in the first round, but this kid has a lot of potential. And so if he does live up to his potential, Josh Allen's already going to make the division tough. If Zach Wilson lives up to, you know, even half of his potential, he's going to give us some trouble in the division. Tua really has to take a massive step forward, and they have to do the right things to build the team up around him. My fear is that, you know, with a lot of the cuts and stuff they've already made, and ones that are, you know, going to be coming in the future, I fear that the Dolphins' defense is going to take a step backwards. And I don't think they've adequately addressed the offensive line yet. I don't think it's going to be as good as they want it to be. As good as I would hope it is, but, you know, as good as they think it is. But we'll see, man. I mean, because if they take Kyle Pitts or one of these wide receivers at 6, well, it doesn't matter how good they are if the quarterback doesn't have time. And that offensive line has a long way to go, let alone Tua. Every single player along that offensive line, right? And you know what's funny, too? A lot of people, like I watch shows, and people were projecting that they could have Austin Jackson, Solomon Kindley, Robert Hunt, and 2 rookie offensive linemen from this year being the offensive line. 3 players that were rookies last year with a new offensive system, 2 offensive coordinators, and then 2 new rookies. I'm sorry, but that scares me. I don't care how good these guys are projected to be or whatever. Like, even if they were to pick up Penei Sewell, I still worry about that. Like Penei Sewell is the pick that I would definitely go with, but even if they get Penei Sewell at 6, I mean he's still a rookie, and you have 3 guys that were rookies last year, have a new system with 2 new offensive coordinators, and all of them have a long way to go before they're, can be considered for sure consistent, high-level playing players at their positions.
For this franchise with Matt Ryan and who is left on the board, the Niners tell the NFL. And then
All right, so the 49ers pick is in.
So the pick is in the ether. We're about to get it. How about pins and needles, gents?
Let's see who they take.
This is the home run for the quarterback that gets to go to this situation.
This will be interesting.
This high and go to a team this good. This team is
The first 2 quarterbacks, or really, the first 2 picks were not surprises at all. So Mac Jones is expected to go here. We'll see.
All right, so it is time for one of the greatest mysteries of the NFL draft in recent years.
In recent years, all right, here comes Goodell.
So here is the quarterback of the future of the 49ers in the hands.
What if they don't even take a quarterback? Really blow people's minds.
With the 3rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Quarterback.
So they took Trey Lance. There goes Trey Lance.
Partisan. Trey Lance, just 17 career starts, only 1 game due to COVID.
Not
this
Mac
year.
Jones.
A young man from a small
Okay.
town in Minnesota.
So that's the first, little shake-up. It was supposed to be Mac Jones. Ends up being Trey Lance.
And believe in himself.
But like I said, a lot of people I've watched
North Dakota State agreed.
or whatever think that this dude actually has probably the highest ceiling out of all the quarterbacks, even Trevor Lawrence.
Tears in his eyes
He's really raw still.
of the future of the San Francisco 49ers.
But having said that, it is true, right? And so this is good context. He is going to a team, the 49ers. Now, we beat them last year, but they were decimated with injuries, absolutely decimated. And that's why I said that win over the 49ers was not a win that you can look at and be like, oh, the Dolphins are really dominant, bro. Like, they weren't the same team. He is going to a team that is already built up. Now that all those players are getting healthy, he is actually going into a really good situation. Heard some rumors the 49ers wanted to sign Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I mean, there's rumors that a lot of teams want to sign him and are trying to call up to trade for him or whatever because of the drama. Who knows, man? I mean, we'll see what happens. Obviously, the 49ers just decided to draft Trey Lance, so probably not. Probably not. If I'm keeping it real, I would say the Dolphins probably have a higher chance of going after Aaron Rodgers right now. And I say that because it's clear they were going after Deshaun Watson. And the only reason why they didn't do that was because of the, 24 fucking sexual assault allegation and lawsuits that he has against him, right? So the legal issues and the serious allegations. So, and look, people can say what they want. They can spout off they prove that they're sold on Tua and he's their guy. It's just not true, because it's clear that they wanted to go for Deshaun Watson. Their hand was forced because of the legal issues. The fact that they were going after him to begin with shows that they're not actually completely sold on him. Not to mention the fact that they benched him, multiple times last year and stuff like that, after being so sure that he was the guy, putting him in for absolutely no reason when Fitzpatrick wasn't playing bad or didn't get hurt, right? So anybody that says the Dolphins are completely, especially with, Brian Flores and a guy who supposedly, once he's determined that, they're not his guy, he's going to get rid of him. And nobody's ever really safe, blah, 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 because they're not. Nobody on the team right now is actually safe and has a guaranteed spot, which is troubling as far as I'm concerned. I think that's really troubling for the long-term success of the franchise.
Trey Lance did not lose a football game at North Dakota State. Trey Lance has not lost a football game since he was in high school in 2017 against South St. Paul High School. So this kid is a winner, absolutely. And Kyle Shanahan finally gets his guy. Guys, last thought.
Yes.
That Super Bowl when Patrick Mahomes was
All right.
scrambling around and scrambling around and scrambling around, he found Tyreek Hill.
Falcons are on the clock. And number 4.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You got about 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Do they stay put? Do they move back? Do they take Kyle Pitts? Do they take Jamar Chase? Penei Sewell? Who do they take? Do they take a quarterback? Do they take fucking Mac Jones? Probably not. I think Kyle Pitts is probably the highest linked player to them. I think Dolphins fans, I think there is a high probability that Dolphins fans are going to be real disappointed after this pick, especially since Trey Lance just went number 3. Because they have Matt Ryan, right? So I'm pretty sure they're not going to pick a quarterback unless they trade out of that spot, which at this point, 2 minutes and 48 seconds, probably not, but you never know. They're probably going to take a player, and it's probably going to be Kyle Pitts.
Mike Shanahan had so many different styles of quarterback, and now all of a sudden you get a guy that can mix styles.
Pick is in, so they're not trading. The Falcons are picking at number 4. Let's see who it is. I have a feeling Dolphins fans are going to get really upset right now when the Falcons take Pitts. But you never know. Obviously. The inexperience is something that they have to work on. Obviously.
Great team to be a part of for a young rookie quarterback.
Well, Kyle Shanahan said in the press conference after making that trade that Jimmy G is liked in the locker room. This is not a free agent signing. It's a kid that we're going to bring in, and this is the best of both worlds again.
And they do still have Jimmy G. That is true, right? So
again, like I said, that's for another day. The Falcons have made
they could totally let Trey Lance redshirt under Jimmy G. And I honestly think that would be a really smart thing for them to do. As long as Jimmy G is healthy and, they feel like he's going to be able to play the season, I would keep Trey Lance, especially with his inexperience and the fact that he's still kind of raw. Give him some time to learn the offense, get some familiarity with his teammates, learn the culture of the 49ers locker room and organization, etc. Here we go, number 4. Who is Atlanta taking? I bet you it's Kyle Pitts. Yep. There goes Kyle Pitts. So one of the Dolphins' top targets is now off the board. Kyle Pitts is now gone. Atlanta has now drafted him. So let's see. That means the Cincinnati Bengals are up next at 5. Now, the 2 players that have been linked to the Bengals are Penei Sewell to give Burrow some fucking protection, which I always think that's the priority. That's always my priority. If you do not have an offensive line, there is no point in getting the weapon until you have the protection. So if I was the Bengals, I hate this because then they're taking my guy. But if I was the Bengals, I would pick Penei Sewell. Unfortunately, then that means that, at least from my perspective, that means the Dolphins will not be doing what they should do and protect their quarterback, who's a left-handed quarterback, who's smaller than, the prototypical size, who's injury-prone, et cetera, and be giving him the shiny weapon in Jamar Chase. So we'll see, man. We're almost there. They also could potentially trade back. I think they're unless Jamar Chase, if they trade back though after Jamar Chase comes off the board at 5, if that happens, that's different than trading back after Penei Sewell comes off the board, right? Because it shows what your priorities are.
What did Mr. Leon have to say that year when he fired Pete Carroll? I'm not getting younger. I don't have time to wait. Arthur Blank may very well said to his guys, we're pretty good on offense. Let's keep getting better and keep going for it right now rather than bear that quarterback for a future that may not be there. Let's go ahead and keep winning right now.
Let's go to the video here and show you what's so special. This is working against J.C. Horn. We're going to hear his name called very soon. He coached some of the best cornerbacks in the SEC, some of the best cornerbacks in this year's draft.
So Kyle Pitts is gone. Let's see. The number 5 overall pick is going to be huge now at this point. Shit.
Down in the red area. How about this pivot route? We've seen Kelsey run 1,000,000 times. The change of direction is outstanding. The adjustment down the field on this low ball, an incredibly difficult catch, wheels around, makes it look easy. Everything Kyle Pitts does looks easy. How about climb the ladder? Can you elevate? Give me a big catch radius? Absolutely. He can play above the rim. He is going to be dangerous. How are you going to deal with this guy in the red zone? He's just too big. He's too athletic.
All right.
This is a team now with the Atlanta Falcons. This offense is going to be outstanding.
Well, the question is a lot of teams were calling the Falcons for Julio Jones. That was one of the reports from Ian Rappaport that kicked off draft week because of the captain hamstrung situation there. We'll see if that is in fact the all 5 they could put out on the field. But you look, I know when you came on my show and I asked you about Kyle Pitts, you got a little giddy up in your voice once you started talking about that.
There's no question about it. 6'6", 246, 440. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, I know Dolphins Nation is like crying right now. The vast majority of Dolphins Nation is crying right now.
And they were up the seam.
But
This guy is
I think that's
the top bonus. We talk about
if
talk about a guy like Jimmy Graham
to put it like this, I think that's actually the first stroke of luck for the Dolphins. And I hope, for me, I hope that the Bengals take Jamar Chase and then the Dolphins take Sewell. That's what I want to see happen.
Well, excitement definitely back to the draft room, except for that dude on the computer. I don't know what he's looking at. But let's start. Take it away.
Well, Richie is the highest drafted tight end in history. And when you hear that, what does it mean and what does it mean to the Falcons?
It's everything.
Highest drafted tight end in history.
To be the highest ever, that's something that I don't have to take from you. So I appreciate it.
Well, I wouldn't say could ever take from you.
What can you add?
A tight end could be drafted 1, 2, or 3, and then you wouldn't be the highest ever. But I feel what you mean.
You have to change your colors pretty quick. Congratulations. Rich.
All right, so
Well, go on, kid. Do your thing. So we'll see. I mean, he is going into a pretty stacked fucking locker room. There is a chance that Julio Jones might not remain there because they are apparently, stressed under the cap. But
This one's for every NFL fan.
2:45 left on the Bengals. They're on a short break. We're almost there. We are almost there. Couple picks away. To find out who the Dolphins are bringing in with the number 6.
I see you. I feel you. I hear you. That's true.
I see you. I see you. See your face.
As your eyes can see, there looks progressive
Verilux.
Seamless transitions from near to far vision. That's
Seamless.
Verilux lenses by Essilor.
My hair is a mess, as expected.
Don't let anybody tell you that looks don't matter in this game. Baby, when you look good, you feel good. Feel good. Oh, you ride to NFL Draft first round pick for the Deion Sanders.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Gillette, baby.
So over the top, man. I will be right back. The pick should be in any time now.
Every time I eat stuffed crust pizza, I play this song. Which happens when I play backwards.
I mean,
The first ever virtual NFL draft is officially open.
let's do it. Oh. We should get the fucking. Damn, come on. They ain't got this long on their fucking timer. What's going on? Did they trade it? Ooh, did the Bengals trade?
Your limits are only as
Bro.
far as your eyes can see. Verilux progressive lenses push those limits, providing seamless transitions from near to far vision. That's seeing no limits.
These motherfucking
Verilux lenses
commercials are going longer than what they had left on the clock. Straight up. I wonder if they traded. Did the Bengals make a trade? Pick is in. I am getting alerts, though. I am getting alerts of who they picked. So it is. So I know who it is. And Dolphins fans are not going to be happy. That's for sure. So let's see what the Dolphins do. Do they stay put at 6? And who do they take? Do they take Penei Sewell? I actually will be a little shocked by that.
With the fifth pick,
Bengals
in the
take Chase.
2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati
Bengals select
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase.
Wide receiver,
So
LSU.
Kyle Pitts went to the Falcons. Jamar Chase is going to the Bengals. Dolphins fans hate life right now because their 2 top targets are now gone. And especially because the Dolphins had the 3rd overall pick. They could have gotten either one of those guys would have been available to them at number 3. Or they could have traded back and got a ransom of picks, a king's ransom, like they did when they traded to 12. Oops. But then they traded back up to 6 and gave away that king's ransom to do so. So now the Dolphins' 2 top targets are gone. Bye-bye Kyle Pitts. Bye-bye Jamar Chase. So now what are the Dolphins going to do? They sit there at 6. Are they going to make the smart decision and actually take Sewell? Or are they going to pick somebody else? Or are they going to motherfucking trade back? What are they going to do? It is interesting. Super interesting. So let's see, man. How long do the Dolphins have on their clock? Damn, son. There it goes. Their top 2 targets gone.
We're going to hear from Chase in a second.
Look at that watch, bro.
To sit here and think it's part of that 49ers trade from 12 all the way to 3, and the Dolphins moving on them back up to 6. That they would have hoped that Pitts or Chase would be there, and there's 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
With Justin Fields still on the board.
4 minutes on the clock for the Dolphins. And they were just talking about the trade maneuvering, how they traded down to 12, bringing the 49ers up to 3, and then moved up to 6, thinking that at least one of those guys would be there, either Pitts or Chase. And, missed out on their top 2 targets by an inch. So, I mean, right now they could be looking kind of stupid. But look, Dolphins pick is in. Who's it going to be? Are they smart and take Penei Sewell? Please take Penei Sewell. Please take Penei Sewell. Do not take one of those Alabama wide receivers. Lions are on the clock because the Dolphins pick is in. Dude, if they pass on Penei Sewell and take Waddle or Devonta Smith, telling you, man, that's not going to be a good idea. I mean, because even with Penei Sewell, dude, that offensive line, he's still going to be a rookie, bro. He still has to get in and adjust. That offensive line has a lot to prove, man. They are definitely not a finished product. So even with Penei Sewell, man, that offensive line is a long way to go. But let's please hope that they make the smart decision and take Sewell. Please take Sewell. Please take Sewell. Do not take a motherfucking wide receiver or really anything else. I mean, if they took Rashawn Slater, then from what I can tell, he's also really good. And so I personally would not dislike that. I would like that. I would prefer Sewell, but if they took Slater, I'd be fine.
What do you think they might do? Last year, remember they lost to Jackson as a first-round pick for them out of USC as a young left tackle. They've got another young tackle on the right side. They've addressed it, put some draft capital into that offense.
Yeah, I
think they want to get Tua some help.
I really don't think they're going to take Sewell. They took 3 offensive linemen last year, right? They brought in DJ Fluker. Like, I really don't think that they're going to do it, but the smart choice, the right decision is to take Sewell.
Okay, we'll get that pick in a moment as the Lions are about a third of the way through their time.
Man.
We all know that Laramie Tunsil was taken
Come on.
The Dolphins on that interesting draft night, then eventually traded to Houston, and that trade that they made with the Texans.
I'm kind of nervous, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm nervous for this shit because I want them to make the right choice. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding. Wow, dude, they suck, bro. I'm telling you, this is not gonna be the right choice. I just saw the alert on my phone, so I know who they take. Roger Goodell is about to walk up to the stage. I'm telling you, bro, this is not gonna be the right choice. Man. Oh, you son of a bitch, dude. I don't like it. But see, that's the thing, though, right? Like, so Dolphins fans are going to be upset that they didn't get Pitts or Chase, but then they're going to be okay with this pick. Most Dolphins fans are going to be okay with this pick because they took a wide receiver. I'm letting you know that now. You're about to find out who. With the 6th pick
in the 2021 NFL Draft.
Man.
The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
They took Jalen Waddle.
Alabama.
I'm telling you, bro, it's going to be a mistake, man. I mean, and that's not to say the kid's bad or anything. It's not against him. It really isn't, right? But I'm telling you, man, the offensive line is not as good as what people hope and think it's going to be, man. And Tua's a left-handed quarterback. That's a big thing. Now, to be fair, he did play with Tua at Alabama, so there is some familiarity. He can be a potential, immediate weapon. He did suffer a broken ankle last season, so that is something to keep an eye on. But I'm telling you, man, that offensive line and also the wide receiver room is one of the most full rooms that they have on this Dolphins roster. It was like the last thing that they needed. They need offensive line help bad. And I don't like this, but I mean, this is their choice, bro. And like I said, a lot of Dolphins fans are going to be mad that they don't have Pitts or Chase, but they're going to be fucking super hype. I like his look. He reminds me of what's his name? Donald Glover's son. What is his name? The younger Glover. He's an actor, right? Donald Glover's son. Anyway, whatever. Like, he reminds me of him, Jalen Waddle. So that's cool, I guess. But
he was the one with all the production early in the season before he got hurt. It wasn't Devontae Smith. They were bracketing him in this Missouri game. He runs right through the bracket. How about double moves?
yeah, and like they're showing all, some of his highlights. And man, he's a good receiver. But is he going to be able to do that at the NFL level, especially if his quarterback doesn't have time to throw? Ryan Fitzpatrick's not there anymore, so he's not going to be able to come in and save, Tua and salvage the season and shit like that, or games. Man, I'm sorry. I gotta say, bro, I don't like the pick, but as usual, I'm the outcast. I'm the outlier. Let's hope that I'm finally proven wrong, though, because I may usually be the outcast. I may usually have the differing opinion, but I am also usually correct. So we'll see if they prove me wrong on this, man. I don't think that this was the smart choice, especially with Sewell being there, man. They had Penei Sewell, bro. Because even with Sewell,
Tua now a quarterback, no one looking over his shoulder. Gaskins had a nice year last year. Devontae Parker was a 1,000-yard receiver 2 seasons ago. Will Fuller can fly if he can stay healthy. Now you had Jalen Waddle.
I mean, Will Fuller's going to miss the first few games of the season because of fucking substance abuse issues and, breaking the fucking league's policy. I don't like this pick, though. I don't, man. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done this. I would not have done this. Wowzer. Well, I mean, I would have taken Penei Sewell, especially with him being there, man. Like, God damn it. I would have took Penei Sewell, and then with my second pick, with number 18, I would have picked, I would pick the top edge rusher in the draft available at 18. It would not be, I can't remember the dude's name, but the player that has had the concussion issues, I'm sorry, I don't care how good he is, I would not take him, period. Because we know about concussions, man, and the amount that kid has had, he just shouldn't even be playing football on the pro level, especially as an edge rusher, dude. Like, he's just asking to fucking get concussions, and so I wouldn't do that. But I would take, I want to say it was Gregory Rousseau, but I don't remember who it was. I would take a pass rusher at 18 because after the offensive line, pass rusher is the next highest need to me. I have a feeling the Dolphins are going to trade the 18th pick, and I think they're going to trade up.
He was the Heisman Trophy winner, yet you're the first receiver taken off the board. What does this mean to you?
Smitty's my brother. Outside of football, I love him like my mom had him. So it's just a great honor.
He's a good kid, though.
Shortly, and it's just great to be a Dolphin.
The newest member of the Dolphins, and you're reunited.
He's a good kid, though.
Back to Tagovailoa. What can we expect from the two of you?
We're gonna do our best to, try to make plays, and hopefully we can make it happen. I'm trying to be a part of something special.
He's cute. He's cute.
It's been about 5 minutes since they made this kick.
Look at Dan Campbell.
Do not bite anybody's kneecaps off.
Oh man, they look excited. So it looks like Detroit really got their guy. Ah man, I gotta say, bruh. And I'm happy for Dan Campbell, man. I actually really thought that they should have given Dan Campbell a shot. But when they decided not to, and when they did bring in Gase, I thought finally they did the right thing. That Stephen Ross did the right thing, got the right guy, and then he fired him too early. Especially after the drafts he had, dude. He was building this team in the right direction. Like, it's not even comparable. The first two drafts that Adam Gase had compared to the first two drafts of Brian Flores. So Adam Gase and Chris Greer, their first two drafts are way better than Flores. And the Lions just took Sewell. God damn it. Fuck. Well, Sewell goes number 7 to the Lions.
His quarterback he's familiar with, who he helped draft there with the Rams. So Jared Goff gets a new opportunity and gets a new helper up front.
Fuck. I really don't like that Dolphins pick. Whoa.
We can see them, sir. We're going to celebrate. We're going to take a break and come back here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, he's excited. Roger Goodell looks scared. Fuck, bro. So there are a couple picks coming up that the Dolphins could jump to. 8, 9, 10. The Cowboys apparently said that they are holding at number 10 and are not moving out of that spot. The Dolphins have been linked to the Broncos as a potential trading partner, so it's possible that they could jump up to number 9. I think that they're going to move the number 18th pick. Obviously, if they trade up, they're going to have to give away some other shit. Man, I got to say, though, if they do that, I think it would be such a waste, man. I think it would be such a waste. Yeah, I mean, people, I guarantee you the majority of people, the majority of analysts, the YouTubers, the beat writers, right, the media, the vast majority of people are going to say approximately the same thing. Oh, man, sucks that they missed out on Chase and Pitts, but they got Waddle. I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. Well, man, that's rough.
The first ever virtual NFL draft is officially open.
I'm telling you, bro, this shit's not going to work out how they want it to.
It's not David versus Goliath. It's David helping Goliath.
Yo, this commercial, it's a Lexus commercial where they're fucking they're talking about like, man, what was it she said to start with? Fucking, oh, god damn it. Anyway, the point of the commercial is to talk about like fucking unity and coming together and shit and working together. She's like, it's not David versus Goliath. It's David helping Goliath. No, it's David versus Goliath for a reason, because you have to understand what those two figures characters represent. Good and evil. Good and evil don't work together. Like, it's not a thing. Like, it's a stupid fucking analogy or reference or whatever. Like, I just don't get it. But alas, human beings are not the most logical or sensible creatures. All right, so let's see. Panthers are on the clock. Pick is in, so they are staying put. Panthers are not moving. Let's see.
So literally, as soon as we came back on the air, the Panthers just handed in there. And the last 5 picks, it was Trey Lance, the apple of the 49ers eye. Kyle Pitts is a Falcon. Jamar Chase left Penei Sewell on the board for the Lions to take after Jalen Waddle went to the Dolphins. Ian Rappaport, what do you have, sir?
I was told for the Carolina Panthers.
Damn it.
Only one quarterback they would consider taking. That is Justin Fields from Ohio State. Their number 2 quarterback overall. This is a choice between either Fields or J.C. Horn, the uber-talented quarterback.
Uber talented. Let's see who Carolina picks. Do they take Fields? Another quarterback off the fucking...
Sit back and not choose a quarterback if we don't want one. Darnold's 5th-year option is yet to be officially picked up. So we'll see what happens here. You really think it could be Fields because he is there for the Panthers?
Yeah, I mean, the Panthers having Darnold, I'm sorry, that's not going to stop them from taking a quarterback.
Here the Carolina Panthers have Justin Fields still on board. I absolutely think it could happen. But Matt Rule has done a very nice
If they don't take a quarterback, it's for something else. It's not because they believe in Sam Darnold. I would not believe that for a second. I'm sorry.
Ian just mentioned J.C. Horn. You also have Patrick Surtain.
Who did we pick? We picked Jalen Waddle. The Dolphins picked Jalen Waddle. Trevor Lawrence went number 1. Zach Wilson went number 2. Trey Lance went number 3 to the 49ers. Kyle Pitts went 4 to the Falcons. After Pitts went to the Falcons at 4, Jamar Chase went to the Bengals at 5, and then the Dolphins picked Jalen Waddle. I don't like the pick. I think they should have taken Penei Sewell, and I think that it's going to be – I just think it's a mistake for a number of reasons. I mean, that's literally the deepest room we have on the entire team. We have more wide receivers than we can, do. Like, so the Panthers just took J.C. Horn. We have a ton of wide receivers. We have big go up and get it guys like, Parker and Preston Williams. We have little speedy guys like Albert Wilson and fucking Jakeem Grant. You also have Will Fuller and Allen Hurns. You have a bunch of other guys. Wide receiver was not really a need. They had Penei Sewell at 6. No, I doubt it. I don't think they're going to take an offensive lineman at 18. And even if they do take an offensive lineman at 18, they missed out on Penei Sewell with him being there at 6. And there's a high probability that they won't even have Rashawn Slater on the board at 18. So if they missed the top 2 offensive linemen, they had Penei Sewell sitting there at 6. They could have took him, yeah. And they took Jalen Waddle over Sewell. I would not have done that. I would have absolutely taken Penei Sewell. But if they miss out on the top 2 offensive linemen, I'm telling you, it's going to be a big mistake. The offensive line is not going to give Jalen Waddle the time he needs to get open in against pro defenders. If Tua's getting blasted because the offensive line's not as – now, again, I mean, like I say it all the time, excuse me, I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see it, man. I don't see these guys on the offensive line stepping up and being that good. I just don't. I hope that they take some really big steps forward, man, but the offensive line is a long way to go. Tua's got a long way to go. I mean, obviously I can't say specifically what they're thinking. I personally don't think they even really have a fucking plan, because I think that their plan from the fucking beginning was nothing more than just a bunch of high cost bets. Like there's really no fucking, I don't know, like rhyme or reason. It's just been one giant gamble after another. And so, you know, they're doing their best to try, or doing their best. They're doing whatever they can to try and fucking salvage the situation. And I'm telling you, man, it's not going to work out how they hope. They're not going to be a 10-win team this year, especially if they're not going to look. I mean, again, and I said this earlier, you know, when the draft started. Look, my fear, this is what I fear, and this is what I think is going to end up happening, especially as, you know, more things continue to happen, you know, now that they have had their first draft pick. I think that the Dolphins defense is going to take a step back, because I don't think that they were really as good as, you know, people made them out to be. They were definitely pretty good, and they showed moments of dominance, but they've already gotten rid of several key pieces to the defense from last year. Not to mention having, you know, new faces in the coaching staff and so on and so forth. But and they're still in cap hell right now. So they're going to have to make more moves. There's a likelihood that they're going to end up having to cut more key pieces from last year's defense. So my fear, and what I think is going to end up happening, is the defense is going to regress, but the offense is not really going to take a step forward, at least not as big a step forward as they want or as they need. And I don't think they're going to be a 10-win team. Talent at 3, and they could have stayed and traded for more picks. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, right? So the Dolphins picked at 6, right? So part of the criticism now, when they traded the number 3 overall pick, first of all, with the number 3 overall pick, they could have easily gotten Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase, right? If either of those guys were their guy, right? And you know, those are the best pass catching targets, they could have gotten Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase at 3. They decided not to do that. The other option is you trade back and accumulate a bunch of draft capital, which they did, to go back to number 12 when they traded with the 49ers. I gave them a ton of credit for that. And then they fucked it up by going back up to 6. And, you know, a lot of people will give them criticism because they'll be like, well, they moved up, and look, at 4 and 5, Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase went off the board. And then they passed up on Sewell to take Waddle. I'm telling you, man, it's going to prove to be a mistake. What'd you say? Who will Flowers' role be? Eric Flowers? Well, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I'm not confident. I'm not confident in Solomon Kinley. I'm not confident in Austin Jackson or Robert Hunt. I'm not confident in Michael Dieter. I'm not confident in DJ Fluker. I'm not confident in this offensive line. I'm not. But they seem to be. So we'll see, bro.
You have Patrick Mahomes, and they feel confident in what they have in the building right now to go.
Yeah, I mean, look, bro, you know, most people disagree with my commentary and my evaluation. Everybody thinks I'm crazy and that the Dolphins are going to, like, you know, make it to the Super Bowl in the next year or two. But I tell you what, man, if they don't, there's going to be some really upset people. And look, unfortunately now, the expectation, if the Dolphins do not, the Broncos are picking, by the way. Oh, wait. Who did, I missed? Oh, no, J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn was the pick for the Panthers. So the Broncos are on, or I'm sorry, the Broncos pick is in. So The Dolphins are not trading up with them, so that's no longer a possibility. Yeah, I think that the Dolphins, I have a feeling the Dolphins are going to move the 18th pick. I think they're going to move it, and as of right now, I still think that they're going to move up. It could just be a few spots. It could be like to 14. They could move to 14, but I think the Dolphins are going to move up, which I think would be another costly mistake. Oh, man, the Broncos are taking Pat Surtain, the second. Cornerback Pat Surtain goes number 9 to the Broncos. Hasn't been officially announced yet, but I saw the alert, so whatever. Just as crazy. I hate Greer. Yeah, so that's a funny thing, right? So I said this to someone the other day. It's not exactly that Greer is incapable of making good picks. The problem I see with Greer is he just takes marching orders. So whoever's giving him orders is who he fucking listens to. And that's 100% right now Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross is giving Chris Greer his orders. And Stephen Ross has never proven to have a good vision for this team. And so that's part of the reason why I think he's fucking it up. I don't think he's building a team in Brian Flores' image, right? Adam Gase, when he picked the drafts that Greer had with Adam Gase were phenomenal. They were great. Like, they were wonderful. The Gase-Greer drafts were wonderful. They absolutely were. Nobody can deny it. It's undeniable. The players that they got in those drafts were really fucking good, right? Overall, they got they got players like fucking Laramie Tunsil and Minkah Fitzpatrick, Pro Bowlers, superstars, right? And then they got other really good serviceable guys like Mike Gesicki and Jerome Baker, right? Devon Godshaw, players like that, right? So it's not that he can't do it. It's just that during those years, Adam Gase was actually kind of in charge. He had a say, right? Because that was during a time where Stephen Ross had vowed to take a more of a backseat approach, right? He was going to take a little bit more of a hands-off approach and let his guy, the guy that he picked, handle business. And that's what Gase did. Gase did things his way. They should have kept Tannehill. They absolutely should have kept Tannehill. But that's the thing. They never should have fired Gase. They never should have done the purge. They never should have stripped the team down. But what happened is Adam Gase took us to the playoffs in 2016 with just a mediocre team, right? And then he had 3 years of really good drafts. The problem was in 2017, the Dolphins had a down year because of a hurricane and traveling more than any other team and having 16 straight games because they missed their bye week and having a linebacker go AWOL for their first game and having to fire their fucking offensive line coach for snorting coke in team facilities, right? Like everything that could happen, there was so much adversity that he couldn't control in 2017. It just is what it is. But because of that, and then because of the, ton of injuries that they sustained in 2018, because of things that he couldn't control, and also because he refused, to tank the 2019 season, is why Adam Gase got fired. And also because Stephen Ross, because Adam Gase refused, that means Stephen Ross no longer had the power, right? And the only thing that he could do was then fire him. So what he did was he went and got Brian Flores, a dude that was just going to fucking take marching orders and do what he was told. And that's what happened. He got Flores and he got Greer, and all they've done is follow the blueprint of Stephen Ross. That blueprint was tank the 2019 season, try and make it look like we're not tanking the season, but make sure that we're picking high enough that we can get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. Then They went big spenders in free agency last offseason, which I said was a mistake, which I told everybody was a mistake, and they proved that since most of those guys are gone now. And you know, I mean, their drafts have been bad. Like, their drafts have not been good. I mean, it's just a fucking mess. And I'm telling you, man, they're not going to be a 10-win team this year. And then Brian Flores and Chris Greer will be fired in about a year from now, roughly about a year from now. It's either going to be before, or I'm sorry, it's either going to be at the beginning. It's going to be the beginning of the offseason or somewhere in the middle of the season. If they survive the offseason, if they have a down year, survive the offseason, they're going to get fired in the middle of the season. Tua's afraid, and I'll be much more afraid now Flowers is gone. Yeah, I mean, I was not really high on Flowers to begin with, but the offensive line definitely did get worse, and they weren't very good to begin with. And yeah, Tua, he's a left-handed quarterback. You know, they have 2 offensive coordinators this year, right? They have a new system. I don't like what they're doing. Patriot Dolphins, yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing too, is I don't want to build a team like the Patriots. 8-8. Well, there are 17 games this year, so you know, it would either be like 9-8 or 8-9, whatever. Yeah, because there's 17 games, which I also think is stupid. But, you know, the greedy ass fucking capitalistic NFL, man, they just want their fucking money. They're such giant scumbags. The NFL really is. But yeah, I don't like this pick. So, oh, and look at this. The Cowboys said they were not gonna, or that they were gonna hold firm at 10, and then they traded with the Eagles. Hold on a second. I think the Dolphins actually traded back to 19. The little ticker at the bottom said that. Oh no! I actually might have looked at that wrong. Never mind. I think the Dolphins are still at 18. I think I looked at the graphic wrong. So disregard that.
Justin Fields and Matt Jones are still on the board.
So let's see. Eagles are getting ready to pick.
Heisman Trophy winner waiting for a phone call. Doesn't appear that one has come in. So this is a fascinating.
Staring at his phone.
The next minute will change, and I just need.
All right. So the Cowboys traded the 10th pick to the Eagles.
About game 256. Jalen Hurts is really battling it out with the Washington football team. Giants are sitting at home needing Jalen Hurts to finish the job. He comes out of the game in the fourth quarter. The whole NFL's talking about, well, this is.
Yeah, it's annoying that they keep fucking pointing out that the draft room is fully vaccinated and these fans are fully vaccinated, bro. These vaccines are not going to solve the problem. But, of course, the only thing that they care about is making sure that people think that they're going to solve the problem so they can pack football stadiums this year. It's a fucking joke, dude. I mean, they are going to contribute to so much spread of COVID. It's going to be a giant shit show. But, of course, they don't care. They just want their money. Money, money, money.
Which I would echo what DJ said. Devontae Smith certainly a possibility here, jumping at Giants. The news I would add another one. Rashawn Slater. Nothing more important than Philadelphia.
All right, so pick is in for the Eagles. Let's see who they take at 10.
Would be an under-the-radar pick, but something not to discount.
And that's Rap Sheet over there across the street from us in the home of the Cleveland Browns. I just love
It's kind of warm. It's a hot day today.
And if the Patriots, let's just throw it out there, if the Patriots are actually thinking about a quarterback,
So yeah, Patriots. I mean, Justin Fields or Mac Jones are still on the board.
They're just a handful of picks, if not 4 picks away from getting either Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
If they want him, we don't know if they want him. That's going to be what's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, Mac Jones and Justin Fields are sliding to the Patriots. It will be interesting to see if they do take a quarterback and it's one of those guys. Mac Jones was – I saw some people linking Mac Jones to the Patriots and think that he could be – he could really be the guy that they're, you know, looking at. So the Eagles pick is in. I got the alert on my phone, so I know who it is already. But Goodell is coming up to the stage right now.
Once again, if you're just joining us, there's a fan that is taken out of the fully vaccinated section in front of the podium and placed into the chair that was in the commissioner's
Yo, and it doesn't matter if you have a vaccine or not. It doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get it, and it doesn't guarantee that you're not going to spread it. It doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get sick. It has a chance, a probability, and I don't believe that every single one of these vaccines is 94% or higher effective. I just don't believe that. So they took Devontae Smith. The Eagles just took Devontae Smith.
Jalen Hurts, who is atop the depth chart in Philadelphia, gets the Heisman Trophy winner Devontae Smith as his target.
Very comfortable with him and somebody that is
So the Eagles trade with the Cowboys to go to number 10 and pick Devontae Smith. They wanted to make sure to get that last fucking top tier wide receiver. They got him.
When we go and look at his tape, again, I talk about him as a route runner. Also, once the ball's in his hands, you see guys don't touch him. To catch a ball that's such an easy throw, he literally does not get touched on his way to the end zone. At the top,
He got touched, but I get what you're saying.
To our guy Michael Irvin, just a little nudge there and create a little extra separation. He can win over the top on fade balls. You see him win against Sean Wade from Ohio State. Just runs away from him, tracks it easy. And then he's got a huge catch rate.
Let's see. What's left O-line? I mean, I don't think Rashawn Slater's going to make it all the way to 18. But he's the only other one from what I can tell. Rashawn Slater's the only other real option on the offensive line in the first round. I mean, there are some centers, that Miners guy or whatever, but from what I've gathered from people's mock drafts and the things that I've watched, those guys are like second round. The only real first round guys are Penei Sewell, who's gone, and Rashawn Slater. Oh, so there's been another trade, and the Bears are now on the clock. Right?
Send it in, big fella. I mean, the best nickname in the draft, CJ. Yeah, so what you're talking about, Coach Shaw, is in Philadelphia now, they're going from the answer to the slippery.
I gotta jump in here, folks, because at
So yeah, the Bears trade up with the Giants.
The answer is yes. With Justin Fields and Mac Jones on the board, guess who just traded in? The Chicago Bears just traded in to pick number 11.
So the Bears now have number 11. So they think that it has to be a quarterback. Are they taking the quarterback? We're fucked. Who is running for his life now.
Justin Fields, you get a lot more upside.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, man. Look, there's a chance that these guys on the offensive line can take massive steps forward, and Tua takes a massive step forward and doesn't get hurt, and so on and so forth. But I don't like the odds.
It means a lot. Just coming day in, day out of Alabama, going against guys like Pat, just making me better every day, me making him better. I mean, that's what it's all about. I'm excited.
And that you're reuniting with your former quarterback and Jalen Hurts, what can we expect from the two of you?
Well, I know for sure that we're going to work every day. Every day we're going to come in and give our best, and we ready.
I know Eagles fans like to hear that. Congratulations.
Greer must be giving Florida's head. I don't know, man. I don't know. But damn. They gave up the 20th overall pick, a 5th round pick from this year, 1st round pick, and a 4th round pick from next year.
All right, Joe, I'm putting you on the clock. Bears coming up. Just like DJ said, this has got to be for a quarterback. Huge need. They've been looking to fill this.
Okay, see, I just got an alert where high praise for Jalen Waddle. Aqib Talib would say, "Oh shit," if he was playing Miami offense. Connor Rogers says he's closest thing to Tyreek Hill. Okay, bro. Like, calm down. Look, and I hope that he's that good, bro. Like, I hope that he produces at the same level as a Tyreek Hill, but I'm telling you, it's not going to be that simple. He's going to be a rookie. He's going to make rookie mistakes. He's got to learn the offense. He's got 2 offensive coordinators. His fucking quarterback is a long way to go. The offensive line is going to be a fucking mess.
So I'm with you. I believe that, yes, if you've got a system put in place and you want a guy that can.
So, yeah, let's see who the Bears take. Their pick is in. The commentary seems to think it's going to be a quarterback.
I believe Rich, they've got to go that direction.
All right, so now the Cowboys move down to 12-10, so the Eagles can move up to take Devontae Smith. They're on the clock right now. Do I hear the dulcet tones of Allah in the draft, Drew? They're playing Dancing Queen for the Bears. Hey, listen, I'm kind of a little taken aback.
And Rich, all these years I've been with you, listening to how you get the backstory and the intrigue along. Remember last time the Bears made a trade to go get a quarterback?
Oh, gosh, you know Trubisky?
They went from 3 to 2.
Yes.
And who was sitting there as the prize? Your guy, Solomon Thomas, who San Francisco got at 3. So Coach Shaw witnessed to that back then.
So let's see.
Here we are again with another quarterback trade. Coach Shaw once again in witness.
I got another alert that says Tua loves the Waddle pick. I got to be honest with you, bro. I really don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, that's cool. Like, and I'm happy for them, you know, that they get to be teammates in the NFL. And there is a familiarity and, you know, probably already some chemistry there, so that theoretically will help speed up their process together. But I don't like the pick, Brett.
By focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities.
Fuck you, Roger Goodell. You're a fucking piece of shit. Can you please get on with the pick, because nobody cares what you have to say.
Communities and for older and rural Americans.
Go fuck yourself.
Join forces with the CDC Foundation as part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health.
You're a cunt. Shut the fuck up. Let's go.
Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that.
Woo!
Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, a quarterback does come off the board. They haven't announced it yet. I just got the alert, but a quarterback comes off the board.
Is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos. Please take it away with the Bears selection.
How exciting is this? With the 11th pick.
All right, so they're about to announce it.
2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
All right, Justin Fields is now off the fucking board. So if the Patriots are to take a quarterback in the first round, the only one left is Mac Jones.
So Bears fans and Justin Fields' family after a wait of 10 picks. Oh, and another dog. Trevor Lawrence got a dog. Justin Fields has a dog. Help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed and neutered. And the Bears.
What a jackass! This dude was like, oh my god, all these prospects have dogs. Help keep the fucking pet population down by spay and neutering your dog. Really, bro? Because that's really the fucking time to come in there with that shit?
This is explosiveness with Justin.
Who, Mac Jones? Nah, I don't take quarterbacks in the first round, bro. I don't care who they are. You know that.
Justin Fields, the toughness and the competitiveness. This is all you need to see. Boom.
But like, damn.
He takes in the Clemson game and he follows it up with a touchdown and plays the best football game of his entire.
And then they show him like,
playoff matchup against Clemson. How about the arm strength to be able to throw this back shoulder ball down the field? Small windows down here in the red zone. Anticipate it, let it rip from Justin Fields. Watch the ball jump out of his hand on a line. This is one of the prettiest.
yeah, but that's part of their problem, bro, is they're chasing guys. They're not picking smart. They're chasing guys. My philosophy is I would take a quarterback every year in rounds 3 or later, depending on how much I really need one. So if I have a reliable starter and a guy that I like as my first guy, then I'll probably take a 6th or a 7th round quarterback. If I really need a quarterback, I'll take one maybe as high as 3. I would never take a quarterback in rounds 1 or 2. Ever, not once. But I will likely never be a GM of an NFL franchise. So the odds of me being able to prove that are likely to be 0. So, but that's my philosophy, man. But I would never chase players, period. I don't care who the player is. I wouldn't chase after them. I would fucking, I would take what I have and I would pick where I'm at. If there's based on what I really need. So if there's a really good player at a position that I need, I would take them at the position that I'm at. If there's not somebody that I really like at a position that I really need, then I would trade back. You would never see me trade up. I wouldn't do it. There would never be an occasion in which you see me trade up. Not once, not ever. All right, so let's see. Dallas is back up on the clock. They got about 3 minutes. Let's see what the Cowboys do with the 12th overall pick. Pick is in. Really stupid third train. Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude, I don't like it. I don't know. It blows my mind. Like, it really blows my mind that people will look at the trades that the Dolphins have made over the past couple years and be like, oh man, they're so good. They totally know what they're doing. Bro, the trades that the Dolphins have made over the past couple years have been terrible. Just as bad as their ability to evaluate players, just as bad as their ability to evaluate coaches, just as bad as their drafts have been. Like, nothing they have done has been smart or good or savvy or pro. Like, they're clowns. They're clowns. And I'm telling you, bro, watch. Last year was an aberration. They didn't win 10 games because they were really that good or because they took that many steps forward. No, they got helped out because there were an ungodly amount of injuries, and they got to destroy the 49ers, for example, because of the fact that they were decimated by injuries and the team was unrecognizable by the time they got to the Dolphins and had to play them, right? For example, like, it's just, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. And like, one of the things that is annoying to me is when people will talk about Tua's rookie year, they'll say that it was up and down and it was kind of rocky, but then they'll be like, oh, but he was 6-3 and he threw a bunch of touchdowns and only a handful of interceptions. He should have thrown at least 10 interceptions. He should have. The reason why he didn't was because he got lucky. He got lucky because the defender couldn't squeeze the ball, or the defender stepped out of bounds, or the defender there was a penalty called. Like, that doesn't mean that he didn't throw the interception. No, he threw the interception. It just got called back for some reason.
An Army veteran from Dallas struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling.
I'm
I'm
really glad, though, that
all you do to continue to help
we don't have to listen to Goodell on every pick.
Please do us the honor.
You do have to listen to this cocksucker introduce these people, though. So you still have to hear his dumbass voice. Woo! All right, you're excited. Now read the card. Cowboys select. Oh, Micah Parsons is now off the board. So some of the top defenders are now off the board. J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Micah Parsons is now off the board. Man, so these motherfucking... They are losing... The Dolphins are losing out on some really, really fucking... really prime talent at positions of need. So there, it seems like every year we're grabbing something. I appreciate you, my dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm telling you, bro, people are going to be real disappointed after the Dolphins don't have a good season. There goes Micah Parsons. Another top talent that the Dolphins could really use. But let's see. That's 12. That's pick number 12. Number 13 is coming up next, and the Dolphins have not moved up yet, so they haven't done that, thankfully.
Parsons just went officer and a gentleman on the commissioner, I think. Oh, that's right there.
The good news, if he tweaks his back, he's got a comfortable chair. So
Yes, he does.
Disappointing.
But this kid is really good, man.
yeah, again, I just mentioned it. This guy-
Yeah, I mean, if Stephen Ross fires anybody, he's going to fire both. So it is true that in the past, Stephen Ross has fired a GM but not fired the the head coach, excuse me, or he fired the head coach but didn't fire the GM. He has done that. But I think this time around, if it doesn't go how he wants it to go in the time that he wants it to happen in, then I think he's going to fire. I think he's going to fire both Greer and Flores. I think he's going to fire both of them. My guess is it's either going to be this upcoming offseason after the year is over, after the year is officially over for the Dolphins, once they're, eliminated from playoff contention or whatever, or it'll happen in the middle of next season if he decides to give them a little bit more time and then they still struggle next year. Those are the two options. Either this offseason or somewhere in the middle of next year.
Jalen Smith, a guy that he's going to join now because remember before Jalen Smith hurt his knee and his leg, his speed was unbelievable.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Watch this guy now come off the edge, shoot down.
I mean, this is so far this draft is not going well for the Dolphins.
Uber athletic. I love this pick.
Welcome into the National Football League and the NFC East.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Stephen Ross is the majority owner, this team is never going to get right. Stephen Ross is the root of the problem. Unless you pull the entire fucking rotten thing out, roots and all, you're not going to solve the problem. And Stephen Ross is the root of the problem. We need a better owner. All right, so Chargers are up at number 13. See, and this sucks because the Chargers could be a team that takes Rashawn Slater off the board. They could get some protection for Justin Herbert. So, which would be smart. That would be a smart thing for them to do because they do have playmakers. They do have people, they do have players on that offense that can certainly perform. And it's not like they can't fucking fill those needs elsewhere as well. But Rashawn Slater, man, he could go to the Chargers at 13, and then the Dolphins will miss out on the other top offensive lineman. He writes good checks, yeah, but what have they returned? Right? That's the problem. He writes all these big checks, but they haven't returned much of shit. He hasn't gotten shit for it.
Let's turn it up. We're gonna make it LBU again. Let's get it.
Let's get it, says Micah Parsons. Cowboys fans have got to be out of their minds right now. Great move made possible by those. Zach Wilson.
Yeah, this draft is not going well so far. It's really not. I mean, a lot of people are super excited with Jalen Waddle. This is not going well. Especially with so Chargers pick is in, especially with who they're missing out on. The Patriots are at 15, man. They could definitely end up taking Mac Jones. I bet you they will. I bet you Mac Jones goes to the fucking Patriots. Yeah, he doesn't know how to make a sound football decision to save his life. Stephen Ross always finds a way to fuck it up.
Every time I eat stuffed truffle pizza, I play the song.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, so watch, man. Watch the Chargers take Rashawn Slater, and then watch the Patriots take Mac Jones. If that happens, then the top two offensive line targets are off the board for the Dolphins, and then that would mean that the Jets now have Zach Wilson and the Patriots now have Mac Jones. I'm not I don't have the same hype for quarterbacks, and I would never take one in the first round, but theoretically, hypothetically, the Jets and the Patriots would then have, their quarterbacks. Oh shit, who's next? The Chargers. The Chargers pick is in right now, and I bet you anything they take Rashawn Slater. I could be wrong, but I bet you they take Rashawn Slater, which would be terrible for the Dolphins. Although, to be honest with you, even if Rashawn Slater is available at 18, I don't think that they would take him because I think that they really do think that they're going to be fine with the offensive line that they have. Man, they're not going to be happy with that decision.
What does it take to ensure that no one is left behind? Clear School Nation is dedicated to providing education
I'm telling you, man, that's going to be a real bad decision in the long run.
What does it take to prepare everyone for the road ahead? It takes all of us.
It takes all the rest. I'm going to hit me a dab.
This is our season right here, man. This everything but.
So the Dolphins have not moved yet. I said I thought that they might trade up with the 18th pick. They have not yet. They could still trade down with the 18th pick. That's also very possible. Who was I watching? I think it was on the Finn side. Somebody said that they were gonna trade up and get rid of the 4th round pick that they have to have 4 picks in the top 50. That is something the Dolphins would do. That would not be a good decision. All right, so Chargers pick is in. Let's motherfucking get to it. Come on. Who is it?
Los Angeles Chargers pick is in. I turn to the radio analyst for the Los Angeles Chargers and say, what's up?
They don't have a left tackle right now, Rich. Rashawn Slater to me is.
I bet you they take Rashawn Slater. That's what fucking
He's still there. I did not think this would happen. He would be there for the Chargers.
Here's the commissioner with the pick.
God damn it. I bet you anything they take Rashawn Slater. That's going to be real disappointing.
With the 13th pick in the
So they
2021
take.
NFL draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater.
Yep, there he goes. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Well, there go the top 2 offensive line prospects now. They passed on Penei Sewell, and now Rashawn Slater goes to the Chargers, as I fucking thought that he would. Damn it, dude. That's not good for the Dolphins, man. It's not good for the Dolphins. I'm telling you.
That put him on the map with evaluators. He held up very well against one of the best National Football League has to offer.
Well, we're on a run of Big Ten players right now. Justin Fields.
Rashawn Slater just came off the board.
First Big Ten player selected.
Top 2 offensive linemen are no longer available to the Dolphins after they passed on one of them. No good. No good.
Coach, how about running 4.88 vertical at 33 inches as an offensive tackle? That's not normal.
Fuck, bro.
No, there's nothing normal.
This is not good. I mean, it's going to be the 3rd year in a row that the Dolphins have a bad draft. Watch. I'm telling you, bro. It's not going to turn out how they want it to. And I feel bad. Look, and here's the thing, right? It's my commentary is not saying anything necessarily about like Jalen Waddle or even Tua. Like, I actually like Tua overall, and I think that he could be a good quarterback in the league. The problem is the Dolphins have no idea what the fuck they're doing, and they're going to like ruin the careers of these guys because they're idiots. We would take a quarterback and a receiver, do the 2-headed monster season. Yeah, I mean, I would not have taken a quarterback, as you know. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, I would have taken Sewell. I would have taken Penei Sewell at 6, and then I would have taken the best pass rusher available at 18. That's what I would have done. So far, they have not done that, and they did already lose out on Micah Parsons. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing, man. I'm telling you, the offensive line is not going to be as good as what people are hoping. And Tua's an injury-prone quarterback. I mean, last year, he injured his ankle and his throwing hand. I mean, come on, dude. The poor kid's going to get hurt. It's not fair. Like, it's not fair to these guys, man. The Dolphins are just fucking up the careers of these young players because they're idiots. Because Stephen Ross is a desperate old fool that has absolutely no idea what he's doing.
Earlier this week, the Chiefs acquire a left tackle for their quarterback by a trade, and now the Chargers protect their quarterback by a draft. Take it away.
Oy, God damn it.
Los Angeles Charger
Oh my God, the Jets traded to 14. So the Jets are about to go get somebody. Oh my God. So the Jets just moved up to number 14. This is actually pretty huge. Wow.
The Jets have just moved in on the 14th overall pick. They're on the clock right before the Patriots. Let's send it over to Lowe's home team headquarters for an announcement.
Well, I mean, the Jets are not. The Jets just moved up to 14, one pick ahead of the Patriots. But they already took Zach Wilson. So they're not going to take a quarterback. The Patriots are likely going to take a quarterback at 15, which is Mac Jones. Would be Mac Jones. I think they're going to take Mac Jones. But it'll be interesting to see who the Jets just jumped the Patriots to get. Also, 14 is a spot where I thought that the Dolphins might trade up to. Although, if the Jets just jumped up to take a player away from the Patriots that the Patriots wanted, there is a possibility that the Patriots could drop down to number 18 and could drop down to number 18 and the Dolphins could trade up to number 15. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Tua is going to be the franchise quarterback. I think he has a higher probability of getting hurt before that happens, before he becomes a superstar, which is super unfortunate because it's super unfortunate, man, because he really could be a great player in this league, right? So, like, again, right, so I talk about the 49ers game and how last year they were decimated by injuries and they were not the same team. And that's the only reason why we destroyed them the way that we did. It has nothing to do with the Dolphins really being that good, right? But who is it? Trey Lance? The analysts and everybody that I've seen, or a lot of people that I've seen, have talked about Trey Lance as though he's got the highest ceiling out of any of the quarterbacks in this draft, but he's also the most raw. The good thing for Trey Lance is he's going to a well-established team already. They have a good defense, and they have playmakers on the offense and an offensive line, right? And so Trey Lance is actually going into a good situation. His situation isn't fucked from Jump Street. So he has all the opportunity in the world to maximize and capitalize on his potential. Whereas Tua, on the other hand, came into a really shitty situation, and he's not being given the proper opportunity to maximize or capitalize on his potential, right? Because they completely tanked the season before that and stripped him of all talent and leadership and so on and so forth. They're not properly addressing the offensive line. The defense is probably going to take a step backwards from where it was last year, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I mean, yeah, time will tell. That is true. But, I mean, so far, look, through the first two seasons, there have been some things that I was wrong about. Absolutely, right? Like, I definitely didn't think the Dolphins were going to win 10 games. However, that was because of things that I couldn't have possibly predicted, right? Like the number of injuries that were going to take place over the season, right? That we were going to play the 49ers, for example, with basically their third string guys on their field because of that, right? I didn't know how COVID was going to affect it. So it was hard. It was near impossible for me to be able to predict those as factors of the equation. But I'm telling you, man, they're not going to be a 10-win team this year. They're not that good. All right, so the pick is in. The Jets are at 14. Let's see what happens. Greer cashing his check. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. That's all it is Brian Flores and Chris Greer are just happy to cash in those super high fucking paychecks that they get, those super large paychecks that they get, and they're happy to just do whatever Stephen Ross tells them to do. It really doesn't matter if it works out or not, because they're going to get 3 years, and that's a lot of money they make. Sure, okay, Flores might not get to see his full 5-year contract come to fruition, although it is supposed to be a guaranteed contract, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, he might not see the whole thing, but he's still making millions of dollars in the process for these first 3 years. All right, so pick is in. Let's see who the Jets take with number 14 overall.
DJ would be shocked if we don't hear the name of an offensive guard that they traded 2 extra picks and another first rounder to go get. Let's hear it.
Wow. Wow. Another top offensive lineman off the board. Dude, the Dolphins are fucking up so hard, bro. The Jets just traded up ahead of the Patriots and the Dolphins to go get a guard Elijah Vera Tucker. That's another top offensive lineman off the board. I'm telling you, bro, the Dolphins, dude, by the end, I'm telling you, man, the Dolphins could very well end up be in the basement of the AFC East. Watch. The Patriots are going to take Mac Jones with their pick at number 15. Or they're going to trade back. Mark my words. The Patriots are either going to take, well, I mean, I don't know that I want to go that confident. But I'm guessing that the Patriots are either going to take Mac Jones at number 15 or they're going to trade back, probably with the Dolphins because we're fucking suckers. And the Dolphins stand a high chance of ending up in the basement of the AFC East. Man.
He is Andy Dalton at his best. Sky's the limit. That is a possibility. Josh McDaniels, the Patriots, perhaps will do all the quarterback workouts. We will see if that is the one they take it. And the Las Vegas Raiders, under the radar potential quarterback shooter, they've done all the QB work as well.
Keep an eye on that as the Patriots pick is in.
Patriots pick is in. I bet you they take Mac Jones. Or they could take Najee Harris. I think that's a possibility. But I bet you they take Mac Jones, bro. Watch. Pick number 15. It's in. The Dolphins are fucking up so hard, bro. I mean, it's not a surprise. This is what I expect out of them. But, like, it sucks because they're, like, destroying the team. I'm telling you, man, this season's not going to go the way everybody thinks it's going to go. Patriots pick is in.
One combined Pro Bowl appearance out of the 53 players selected since 2015. It's Stanford, outstanding Stanford star.
That is pretty interesting. Out of the 53 players they've selected since 2015, they've only had 1 Pro Bowl appearance combined from all of them. That is pretty interesting, I have to admit. So the Patriots have not been very good in their – what that means is the Patriots have not been very good drafting over the past 6 years. Yeah, I mean they're fucking up super hard, man. Elijah Vera Tucker is now off the board. I mean, the 3 top offensive linemen are now gone, and the Jets probably just got their quarterback, right? And it looks like the Patriots just picked Mac Jones. Bro, I'm telling you, dude, this is not going to be good for the Dolphins, man. Oh, my God. This is turning out so bad for the Dolphins. You're going to do a line and play Demon Souls after the next pick? I mean, let me get some. I don't know what Demon Souls is, but, like, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. I told you the Patriots were going to take Mac Jones. I mean, they're announcing it right now. Wow. This is going so bad.
World champion New England Patriots.
Oh, fuck off. You're a cheater. The Patriots are cheaters. You can call them 6-time world champions. They're also cheaters. And they took Mac Jones. The Patriots took Mac Jones. Yeah, the Jets traded up to number 14 to take Elijah Vera Tucker, the third offensive lineman. Bro, dude, the Dolphins are fucking up so hard, man. So hard. I mean, I'm super curious now to see. They're still at 18 right now. So they passed up on Penei Sewell. They missed out on Rashawn Slater and Elijah Vera Tucker. They missed out on Micah Parsons, Patrick Surtain, and Casey Horn.
Hold. Don't trade up, just sit, and this might just fall into your lap. Mac Jones, it's all about accuracy, touch, and timing. You're hoping he's going to turn into Matt Ryan. That's
wow.
when you draft him.
This is going so bad for the Dolphins, bro. Jalen Waddle was not the right pick at 6. Not the right pick at 6. And so far they're still sitting at number 18.
Getting to number 5.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4 to the back.
This is going so bad.
Josh McDaniels is going to value that in his quarterbacks. How about anticipation? That was the hallmark when we talk about Matt Ryan. Obviously, Tom Brady did it in New England forever. Throwing guys open, throwing into space. Defenders in your
holy shit, man.
Go back to 2019. This is Derek Brown and that
I mean, these other teams are just taking advantage of the Dolphins, bro.
Here's the vision. Look at the hips. Once he opens up the safety, he knows exactly
yeah,
where
well,
he wants to go.
I think you know. I mean, I live in California. Yeah, that'd be cool.
That's why he was in the mix to be the 3rd overall pick.
I mean, we can chop it up right now, and I plan on doing a live stream tomorrow for day 2, but probably not for day 3 because day 3 starts at 10 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm not likely to be up at that time.
This is what I wanted all along, and I can't wait to play for really the greatest franchise in NFL history. So it's gonna be a lot.
Oh, shut up! You ass kisser, bro. What an ass kisser. I can't wait to play for the greatest franchise in history. Jesus. Whatever. I knew the Patriots were going to pick Mac Jones.
I got a chance to play under some legendary coaches, even in high school, and like you said, with Coach Saban. So I'm looking forward to taking Coach Belichick's coaching. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I know your nickname, the Joker. You got that big smile now, right?
Sounds good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, that, you know, that could really end up hurting the Dolphins, though. And the fucking Jets, bro, because they have Mekhi Becton there on the left. Now they're going to have motherfucking Elijah Vera Tucker on the inside. Oh, my God, with Zach Wilson at quarterback, bro. Dude, the Dolphins are fucked. And they're just losing out on the guys that they really need. Sewell, Vera Tucker, or Rashawn Slater, or Micah Parsons, offensive line, pass rushers. That's what they need, bro. Like, okay, so at 18, let's say they take Najee Harris. Okay, Najee Harris is a really good running back, and they do need a really good running back. That's true. That's true. But they do have a few running backs on this roster, including Myles Gaskin, a guy they just took in the draft last year, right? And other guys that they brought in that they feel really good about. And you have other needs, bro. Like, it's not the worst decision in the world if they were to take, one of the top running backs at 18, but they need, like, again, if it was me, I would take one of the top pass rushers because to me, that is a way bigger need.
That's always what separated Tom Brady after the decision making. That's the big question for me with Mac Jones.
Shoes are enormous.
Is who available?
Right, so it's hard to compare or anything like this. I will say this, though.
Be right back.
At their best, the Patriots were surgical on offense, right? That's what they did. Tom Brady, 13 of 15 in Super Bowl 49 in the fourth quarter. Mac Jones has a
Arizona's pick is in. They're pick number 16, so let's see what they do.
I know they're thinking that they did, and it's going to be fun to watch him in that offense, Rick.
All right, Arizona's about to be or announced right now. Let's see who they take.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. See who they choose right here. 16th overall.
We're almost to the Dolphins' next pick.
With the 16th pick, in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa.
Zaven Collins, linebacker from Tulsa.
Linebacker, Rich. He's almost 6'5". He's sitting there 259 pounds. He actually went
I don't know much about him,
270 pounds.
but there goes another defensive player. So I don't know if the Dolphins like him or not, but Raiders are up next, and then Miami.
Some people have compared him. They say a little bit of Urlacher. You talk to some of the older scouts I saw him win because of the versatility. Played outside more off the ball. The position.
The Dolphins are 2 picks away. No, that was pick 16. The Cardinals just picked Zaven Collins, linebacker out of Tulsa, at 16. The Raiders are on the clock at 17. The Dolphins then have the 18th pick. I could also see the Dolphins trading back up into the first round. That would also be a mistake. What? I'll get your ball in a minute. Calm down. You're fine. My love. I'll get your ball in a little bit. I'm not sure who that is. Let's see. Let me see.
This is more than just a game. This is team. This is character.
Trying to find.
The NFL celebrates every
I'm terrible with names, so I'm trying to find.
Learn more at playfootball.com.
Play this NFL season. It takes the entire NFL family doing their part to protect each other.
Trying to find. Okay,
That's the situation.
let's see.
So our safety.
I'm looking up the big board. So I thought that our biggest need going into this draft was offensive line. They passed up on Penei Sewell at 6, missed out on those other 2 guys. My second biggest need is defensive line, particularly edge rushers, edge defenders. And so,
What does it take? The first ever virtual NFL draft is
wait. Is this because this is who's left? I'm confused. Anyway, there are still some good ones out there. Kwity Paye has been linked to the Dolphins. Jason Owe, Jalen Phillips. I can't remember. Who's the one, though? I think it's Jalen. Yeah, Jalen Phillips, though, is the one that I would not take at all because of his concussion history. Like, the amount of concussions that dude has had and so on, I would not take. Oh, Najee Harris, the running back, Najee Harris. Yeah. I mean, he's a good player, and the Dolphins do need a running back, but not more than an offensive lineman and not more than a pass rusher. They need an offensive lineman. So Omar Kelly just tweeted out, "Dear football gods, you answered my prayers last year. Please deliver the Dolphins the finishing piece to make this RPO offense dynamic." So he gets Jalen Waddle, and he thinks that it's going to be super dynamic now. I'm telling you, bro, it's not going to be that easy. I hope it is. I hope he's right, but it ain't going to be that easy. Anyway, Jalen Phillips is the one that I would not take, but there's Jason Owe, Kwity Paye, Azeez Ojulari, Gregory Rousseau, Carlos Basham. There's still some really good edge defenders out there that the Dolphins could take. If they pass on one of those edge defenders, I mean, they're just beyond stupid. So the Raiders pick is in, and it is about to be announced. Let's see who the Raiders take. They're probably going to take one of those one of those top fucking defenders.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, tackle, Alabama.
They took a tackle, Alex Leatherwood.
It's an interesting pick because you talk to people around the league, they're all over the map on Alex Leatherwood. Some really like him, some struggle with him.
So another offensive lineman gone,
A lot of ball games, he's got quick feet. You see there on the bottom, opens gate. There's some
but
neat stuff.
they're talking about how a lot of, like, some people like him, some people don't. I would have at 18 with this next pick. I would have us take one of the edge defenders. So there's a lot of them. There's Carlos Basham, Gregory Rousseau. I really like him. But Azeez Ojulari's out there. I would not take Jalen Phillips because of his concussion history. It's way too much. The kid should not even play football anymore. Jason Owe's out there. Kwity Paye, who's been linked to the Dolphins. There's a lot of edge defenders out there, and they really need a good pass rusher. If they pass up on an edge defender here, they are being super stupid. They really need to take a fucking edge defender, especially because, like, all the top offensive linemen are gone. All the top offensive linemen are gone. Yeah, but all the top offensive linemen are gone. They passed up on Penei Sewell at 6. That's who I would have took. I would have took Penei Sewell to put on Tua's blind side. They didn't do it. They passed on him. They could have taken Rashawn Slater. Nope. They could have Elijah Vera Tucker. The Jets jumped up to number 14 to take Elijah Vera Tucker. And then this Leatherwood kid now is off the board. So, I mean, they need to take, at this point, they need to take one of those defensive pass rushers, man. One of those, because there's still a bunch of star pass rushers there, bro. There's still a bunch of them. If they pass on a pass rusher and then there goes a run of pass rushers before they can get another opportunity, then they're going to be misusing their draft capital. Like, and that's what they've done the past couple drafts, and that's why their past couple drafts haven't been good, because they're chasing players. Instead of taking Tua, they should have taken the top offensive lineman there. Instead of taking Austin Jackson, they should have taken one of the top defensive linemen. Instead of taking Noah Igbenogany, they should have taken the top safety, Xavier McKinney. With the 36th overall pick, I believe it was, their second round pick. Instead of taking, I think it was Robert Hunt. Instead of taking him, they should have taken J.K. Dobbins, the running back. But they fuck up every single one of their picks, dude. Like, they're terrible at this. The Dolphins pick is in, so let's see who they take at number 18.
I think defense, again, all those edge rushers are still out there. We haven't seen one go yet. I mean, at some point in time, they're going to do pass rush.
Man, I mean, yeah, if they pass on a pass rusher here, they're super stupid. Because that's the best talent left available. That is the best talent left available is pass rusher. If they skip on a pass rusher here, they're I mean, God damn it, they better not take a running back, dude. I bet you they're going to take a running back. Fuck, man, I bet you they're going to take a running back. Watch. but they didn't trade the pick, so there is that.
The Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips.
Oh, they took Jalen Phillips. No! They took an edge defender, but the dude's got like a million. I think he's the one. I need to double check this.
But obviously, at some point in time, you just got to take him. He's too talented. His athleticism shows up when you see
Oh my God! But he plays a violent position. Oh my God! This is another mistake that they make. Is they love to take dudes with injury histories. They took an edge defender, and that's what I said that they needed to take. And he's one of the top ones in the draft. He's definitely supposed to be one of the most talented. But he's got a really concerning injury history.
This guy in high school was the best athlete I've seen in high school. This guy returned punts. I've never seen a guy who's
Hang on, I need.
and returned for a touchdown. I think his junior year. This guy is special. Got to know his family. This guy is a difference maker. The pocket is on his side. They're hitting it over and over and over again. Jalen will give you Jacksonville later tonight. Go up, man. They're in the red line.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Because look, dude, if this dude, his career could be super short, man. I need to double check and make sure that this is the guy that I'm thinking about. Hang on. I have to double check just to make sure. But if this is the same guy that I'm thinking about, it's a bad decision, man. It's a bad decision. Hang on. I have to double check because I want to be accurate about this. I feel you, dude. I feel you. If somebody knows, by the way, let me know. But I'm trying to double check right now just to make sure.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen from the Bills here. Let me tell you something. You're almost going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he stays healthy, but that's not a bet that I want to take, bro. The dude's had like a whole bunch of concussions from what I understand. Already, dude, and he's not even in the NFL yet. Like, he hasn't even reached the NFL yet, and he plays a very, very violent sport where his head tends to be, like, the first thing going. Like, it's not good. Yeah. Fuck, dude, I don't like this. He played college football at UCLA for 2 seasons before medically retiring after 2018 due to suffering several concussions and other injuries. Oh my God, bro. What is wrong with you? Dude, there's no... I hope he does. Don't get me wrong. Don't mistake this as like me saying I hope he gets hurt, because of course that's not the case. I don't even think the kid should be playing football anymore, dude. I mean, I watched a bunch of football movies over the past few days to get myself pumped up for the draft, including Draft Day with Kevin Costner. I watched it. I also watched Concussion with Will Smith. And bro, this dude has had a bunch of motherfucking concussions already, and he medically retired after the 2018 season. He medically retired after the 2018 season. And he plays a super violent position. Out of all of the pass rushers, why would you take the one that has got a super high probability of getting injured? Oh my God, because if he's not on the field, I don't care how good he is. If he's not on the field because he's injured, it doesn't fucking matter. Oh, I didn't see you later. You're probably already gone, but oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, terrible, terrible decisions.
By investing in more electric vehicles, reusable packaging, and carbon capture research, making Earth our priority.
So bad, dude. So fucking bad.
Watch the parade at Larson time on the stage. All right.
Wow. Wow. So bad, dude. So bad. I mean, like, it really honestly doesn't surprise me at all because I expect them to make super stupid high-risk decisions. But Jesus Christ, dude, they passed up on Penei Sewell to take Jalen Waddle, and then they take the most injury-prone edge defender they could possibly find in Jalen Phillips. I mean, it's – yeah, and look, again, it's not that Jalen Waddle can't be a good player in this league, but he's not being brought into a good situation. The Dolphins' offensive line has a long way to go, and they think that they're good, but they're not good. They're not good. The offensive line is not going to be good, bro.
Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
Linebacker Jamin Davis now goes off to the Washington football team at 19. Wow, dude, this is so bad. This is so bad.
He is outstanding in space. This is from the next gen stats graph over here when you look at his score. Pull it up right here. I'll get to that in a minute. Let's just go to the X. All right, here we go. Jamin Davis, you see the long limbs, they show up on the ability to get out of blocks. You see it when he closes, he just engulfs guys with his arms. Range is real. This is somebody that flew at his pro day, ran the full force.
I mean, it's just not statistically probable that the kid is going to stay healthy. It's just not, dude. Like, it's just not statistically probable. Same thing with Tua, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to take Tua. And last year, he hurt his ankle and his throwing hand. Dude, this offensive line is not going to be what they think it's going to be. Yeah, we could absolutely trade up and get back into the first round, but with the way that they make picks, dude, I don't trust them at all. I don't. They're going to if they were to do that and trade up in the first round, it would be a waste. They would be trading away draft capital for either later in this draft or for the future to make another stupid decision. Oh, fuck. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh, my God. Wow. Wow, man. Wow. Jesus. Giants are up right now. Wow. This is going to turn out so bad. Wow. Holy shit, man. This is going so bad.
That's one of the best young defenses in the NFL.
So the Giants definitely came on strong in the second half of last season and made a run for the division title. And Daniel Jones, and they're going to eventually be, after the season, coming up on that whole 5th-year option conundrum for you. So it would be helpful.
Wow.
I know Steve Smith.
Wow, this is so bad, bro. Hashtag prove it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is the make it or break it year, period. Like, if they have to be a 10-win team, compete within the division, and make it to the playoffs. They have to do all of that this season. Because if they take any kind of a step backwards, I'm telling you, Stephen Ross is going to fire these guys and start over again. I'm telling you, bro, because that's his MO. That's what he has done. Every 3 to 3.5 years, he hits the reset button because he's old and impatient and doesn't know how to make the proper football decisions.
One of the biggest names still on the board is Caleb Farley, who has been top corner taking.
Wow.
He not had 2 back surgeries. The most recent coming during training in February. Agent Drews has told me earlier this week, based on his information.
Yeah, we couldn't even make it, not just 10 wins last year, but with an expanded playoff field as well.
Teams to watch here: the Tennessee Titans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Trent Baalke, who's taken a couple of major players in his past, and the New Orleans Saints.
Man. The Giants pick is in. Man, this is so bad, bro. Fucking A. I mean, and so far the Dolphins have not traded back into the first round. So at this point, we no longer have any. Fuck, man. Yeah, not to mention the Jets now got Zach Wilson at 2. They got their quarterback. If you put stock into it. I mean, quarterbacks are important, but obviously everybody thinks that that's like the number one thing. So the Jets get their quarterback. Then they move up in the draft to go get another fucking stout offensive lineman in Elijah Vera Tucker to pair up there with Mekhi Becton. Let me guess. They're going to probably run a lot of plays to the left, especially running plays. Anyway, so they get their quarterback. They get their fucking offensive lineman. The Patriots take Mac Jones, and the Dolphins pass up on Sewell for Waddle and then take the most injury-prone edge defender in the draft in Jalen Phillips. Nice.
For the 20th pick in
Fuck.
the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, Florida.
This is going to go so bad. So the Giants just took Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of Florida.
One more dynamic player in the entire draft. He's built like a running back. He's got running back skills when the ball is in his hands. The only concern was he had some drops at the Senior Bowl. That concerns me. But man, you talk about getting it out of here great.
Jesus Christ.
You watch Chad Johnson put his foot in the ground. He just gets out of there so fast. You see it with Kadarius Toney.
So, and look, I'm not going to say that all of the analysts are wrong, right? Like all the analysts say, I mean, sometimes they're wrong. A lot of the times they're wrong. But look, all the analysts seem to think that Jalen Phillips has the highest potential in it and is the most talented edge rusher. He's also the most injury prone and has had a gang of concussions, and he plays edge defender, a super violent position. It's just not a good idea. We thought they would do bad last season. We ended up doing good. Yeah, but there were factors that were super important and played into that that were impossible to be able to predict at the beginning of the season, right? So there was no way to be able to understand the exact toll that COVID was going to take on the season. There was no way to know which teams were going to be decimated by injuries by the time we got to play them, right? Like, we destroyed the 49ers, but we shouldn't have. If the 49ers were playing at full strength, had Jimmy Garoppolo, all of their, top defenders, and if their entire team was healthy, there's no way the Dolphins would have destroyed the 49ers. Even the Jets, who were a team that was rebuilding, also suffered a ton of injuries, right? Among other teams. Several other teams that we played were really injured, especially compared to us. The Dolphins were lucky. They were one of the least injured teams throughout the season. Right? They were in the top half of the league, and when it comes to being injuries, as far as, or I guess it would be technically the bottom half of the league in injuries, meaning that they had some of the fewest over the course of the season. They did have some, and they did have some important ones, and some concerning ones, like injuries to Tua Tagovailoa, for example, even though they were minor at the time. But there were factors that, huge important factors that most people just don't even talk about that played into why the Dolphins did that well. Also, when it comes to Tua, again, I've said this, the film is clear. The dude should have thrown at least 10 interceptions. He just got super lucky because they got called back by penalties, or the dude just couldn't grip the ball or stepped out of bounds or whatever. But there were at least 10 situations where he should have had interceptions. So, a couple of them counted, and then there were a bunch of them that should have counted that didn't because he got lucky. So, I mean, they were not a 10-win team last year. They did not take that much of a step forward. They just didn't. And I'm telling you, people are going to see that this year. They're not that good of a team, and they continue to make very terrible decisions. They should not have taken Jalen Waddle over Penei Sewell, and they definitely should not have taken the most injury-prone edge defender in the entire fucking draft, even if he is the most talented one, because that talent is going to mean absolutely nothing when he comes off the field. If he gets a concussion this year, at any time in the year, if he gets a concussion this year, or if he gets injured this year, has some kind of other serious injury, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, and their first two drafts, man, their first two drafts were not good either. They've already cut 3 players from their first 2 drafts. It's clear that they're not actually 100% on the Tua train. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so fierce in trying to get Deshaun Watson before the fucking legal issues. Right? They wouldn't have fucking benched him last year. They would have just stuck with him even through the bad. But they're not really 100% on the Tua train. So, and they're not really helping him out. People are going to think that, they got him one of the top wide receivers. They're really helping him out by getting him a studly weapon. That weapon's not going to help if your quarterback is not upright to throw the fucking ball. Colts are up now. And I mean, that's the thing, right? So the Dolphins took the very first pass rusher off the board. They had all of them. They literally had every single one of the top pass rushers available to them, and they took the one that has all the injuries. Why would you do that? There's nothing smart about that. There is nothing, because the odds are heavily stacked against you. Heavily stacked against you.
Keep Quentin Nelson at guard and find your left tackle. Can Quentin Nelson play left tackle? Yes. But he's going to go get both jacket and guard. I want to keep him there.
Look, and I see a tweet from somebody, fuck yes, we just got the best pass rusher in the draft. Okay, but if he gets hurt, which is a high probability, and doesn't play because he's hurt, well, fuck off with his potential. It doesn't mean shit. I mean, bro, like, I'm telling you, people are going to be really fucking upset. In this little breakdown of Jalen Phillips, it says Dolphins pick Jalen Phillips, number 18 pick overall, edge out of the U, has rare length like Chandler Jones, transferred from UCLA. No, he medically retired from UCLA. Like, the dude had so many concussions. The dude medically retired. That's insane. I'm sorry. I don't care how good he should not be even playing football. Like, I would not make the pick for his health, right? I would not pick him for his health. Not in the first round, not in the second, not in the seventh. I would not as a free agent. I would not bring him into my organization to play football for his health. And the Dolphins are like, nah, bro, we're going to take our second first round pick and bring this dude in. Oh my God. I mean, it's so bad.
With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, defensive end.
All right, and the Colts just took Kwity Paye, so he's now off the board. Fuck my life, bro. This is so bad, man. Oh my God. And I just saw Matt Baker tweeted this out. Jalen Phillips is the highest drafted Cane since Eric Flowers went 9th to the Giants in 2015. And how is Eric Flowers' career gone? Oh my God. Not that that says anything specifically about Jalen Phillips. 2 different positions, 2 different players, 2 different people, whatever. But that's not exactly like the last Canes player that was picked that high or higher was Eric Flowers, and he hasn't been all that great. We literally just traded him away because they realized that he's actually not that good for the money that they paid him, which of course I said last offseason, but hey, I'm the crazy guy, right? Like, what? Okay. I'm telling you, bro, people are going to be super disappointed. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Oh. Oh my God. This is so bad. Wow, bro, it's going so bad. Jesus Christ. This is so bad. And I mean, Jalen Waddle had a broken ankle last year. So, that's something to keep an eye on. The Titans are up next. Fuck. Below average size. He's also older for his class. May not have a ton of room for improvement. So real quick, Jalen Waddle's scouting report. 5'9.5", 180 pounds, so he is small. Very good balance and play strength for his size. Competitive and consistently fights through contact to maintain course on his route. Excellent athlete, can pull away from defenders on routes and is able to attack vertically within the time frame of the play. Top tier acceleration lets him get on the cornerback's toes in a hurry. But that, of course, is in college. You have to always take into account that the competition is going to be a lot harder in the NFL. Consistently pulls away from defenders on intermediate routes like overs and sails. Above average overall hands and will flash good catching range while on the move. Flashes his body control and acceleration before and after the catch. Extremely dangerous with the ball in his hands. Consistently plays with excellent body control and lateral quickness to make defenders miss in small spaces. He's more than just a gadget player, but coordinators will have fun drawing up special packages for him. He has a very good feel for space and blocking, which makes him a true weapon from the backfield on jet sweeps, but also in the screen game. Has good feel for his route landmarks on routes he was asked to run. Looks like he is aware of getting his depth and doesn't get antsy trying to get open. Will throttle down in space and makes himself friendly to the quarterback. Overall, very tough and competitive player. Doesn't shy away from contact. Is willing to scrap at defenders. Outstanding returnability on both kickoff and punt. But he has a below average size, which, I mean, look, it's just a historical fact. As much as you might, I like Jakeem Grant a lot, but they get hurt, man, and that's a fact. Below average size has to be strong because bigger cornerbacks will attempt to control him and releasing off the line of scrimmage. And dude, he might be very ineffective his first year learning an NFL system and learning how to operate in the NFL, how to practice in the NFL with the Dolphins, getting chemistry with his teammates, going up against the, elite fucking competition he'll have to in the NFL. He's older for his class, may not have a ton of room for improvement. So there's a potential he's already really close to his ceiling. Most of his routes were intermediate and vertical and will need to continue to add and polish his route tree. Was given a lot of free releases because the offense he played in utilized motion and aligned him in the slot, which is going to be a lot harder to accomplish in the NFL. Will need to add strength and technique to consistently win versus press and on the outside. Can have some double catches with throws at his body. So I'm telling you, man, it's going to be tough to have this kid make an impact. And the other guy they got might not have an impact. Who'd they pick? If he never fucking sees the field.
The singer looks just like the FT commenter. Now that's wild. Look at that dude. Wow, it's like we're in a Red Sox game all of a sudden here in Cleveland, Ohio. So good.
Wow, okay, so and here's the scouting report for Jalen Phillips. 6'5.5", 260 pounds, has rare length in the mold of Chandler Jones. These are his positives. Hand placement is advanced for a college pass rusher. Understands how to use a long arm to give himself an even bigger reach and drive linemen back inside with his inside arm, which is going to all of a player's positives are usually going to be lessened in their rookie season because they're rookies. They have to learn blah, 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 and they're going up against higher competition. That's for most rookies, right? The vast majority of rookies. It's just how it goes. And their negatives tend to get exposed, right? So that has to be kept in mind. Beyond his outside pass rushing, he understands how to use an inside swim move as a counter. Quality tackler, which should help him as a 3-4 outside linebacker prospect. Has strong, heavy hands that help him in the run game. Negatives. Explosion is not a positive to his game, either in a 2-point or 3-point stance. That's not a good thing to say about an edge rusher. To say that explosion is not a positive of his game as an edge rusher, that's not a good thing. His foot speed is not above average for a pass rushing prospect in the top 100. If he does play 3-4 outside linebacker, he is not going to bring much more to the table than as a spot dropper in coverage. Length can work against him as he plays too high at times.
With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans.
I don't like these picks.
Farley, defensive back.
Oh, so the Titans just took Caleb Farley, even with his back surgeries and having just gotten COVID. I mean, that's a risky pick. even for a player that's super talented, it's risky to take players with serious injuries, man. Super risky, and it oftentimes is not worth the risk. So Titans take Caleb Farley, another top defender off the board. Man, dude, this is not a good draft, bro. I'm telling you, this is.
That was not warm touching warm. I gotta be honest with you. That was not at all. There's no reaching out there. There's no reaching out.
This is not a good draft for them.
Next time it's on Kirk, back over the bus and get in the spirit of things. So Caleb Farley having to celebrate at home after having tested positive for COVID. He's asymptomatic, so hopefully he will just be fine.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't go to the draft because he caught COVID. That's a risky pick by them. That's a really risky pick by them. By the Titans. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. It's not good. Jesus, man.
What does it take to ensure that no one is left behind? Players Coalition is dedicated to providing educational grants, access, and technology to those who need it most.
So to be fair, I'm seeing that it was 2 concussions, but that's a lot, man. And he has had other injuries too. I don't know. As usual, it's another super high risk, but potentially super high reward decision. I mean, I hope he stays healthy, bro. Man.
What's up, Devontae? It's AJ. I'm not the biggest. I've been dialed back just because of my size. Know that no one finds you smaller. Keep being yourself. Keep putting it big. Yeah, this year has a big one kick. Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here. Let me tell you something. They're always on that.
Fuck, man.
Get on the field and let your game be the talk.
This is more than just a game. This is teamwork. This is character. This is fun. The NFL celebrates any level of game, means for any kind of play. Let's play. Learn more and playfootball.com.
Coach Terry here with NFL Play 60 on Go Noodle. Your pick and fish in action for at least 60 minutes a day.
Well, let's see what happens, man. I mean, they got a lot to prove. So much to prove. I don't think these were smart picks. Vikings pick is in at 23.
I was getting ready to say, are we going to Wally World? Where's John Candy?
Matt Jones, outstanding. He's already got Brady's Twitter game and social media game. That is very well done. Now that he is in hopefully in New England, and we'll take it from here. Cam Newton started the game. Matt Jones about striding with full confidence after waiting 14 picks to hear his name. And then when the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood, 17th overall, gave Alabama 5 first-round draft choices for the first time ever. Najee Harris is still out there. Hey, can make six pile on. Here's the Vikings pick.
Good talk.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL.
All right, Vikings are picking.
The Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
Christian Darrisaw, another top offensive lineman that the Dolphins are missing out on. Fuck me, dude. This draft is so bad. It's not just that the Dolphins are making bad picks, that the Dolphins picks are bad, but it's all the other players that they're missing out on because of their bad picks. In addition to their bad picks. I mean, this is just not good.
Here he is climbing as a floor. You see him work up to the second level. Locate, hit, and seal. Well done. Very comfortable, very under control at all times. Once you get out in space, let's see him maul those linebackers. We'll see him finish a little bit more consistently. You see flashes of it like this. He can be a real movie in space. And this throw guy's on the ground. Here he is with the athleticism getting out on a screen. But this is a left tackle. This is a deep tackle job. I think at this point in time, to be able to get this player, a lot of teams had him way up. I was a little bit lower on him, but this is somewhere to get. It's a pure run. It's a perfect
Fuck!
perfect time. This guy's going to play right away. He grows on you as he works the field. It looks really easy to him. It looks really easy to him. The guy gave up 0 sacks this year. Didn't give up a sack all year. Cats happy college football that we have not to give up a sack. He is big, he is long, he is smooth. I'm excited about this young man. Now you're wondering why.
Damn, son.
Those are coming from every single point of this draft.
Steelers.
All of a sudden, this is what I love about the traveling part of this draft.
Pick 24, the Steelers are most likely going to take one of the top running backs. So before the Dolphins get to their second round picks, one of the top running backs will come off the board. Most people seem to think it's going to be Najee Harris.
Nashville and now here in Cleveland, the moves are because the Steelers are on the clock. And the terrible towels are waving, and somebody just went up on the stage in a Steelers jersey. And Browns fans quite frankly don't like it. And the fact that they are an 11-win team, ouch, the Steelers are, well, that's not enough. And I can understand that sort of creep, that sort of attitude. You have to appreciate that sort of moxie here in Cleveland.
You absolutely do. You got to tip your cap to them for that. Remember, they beat them in the last game of regular season.
Oh, and then they beat the brakes off.
And then beat the brakes off 1 week later.
Yes.
In Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah.
When Kevin Stefanski at home because of that whole Packers rating, unfortunately for him. And then they had a heck of a game against the Kansas City Chiefs. But anyway, the Steelers are on the clock. They did what they're going to do right here.
They can't run the ball. It's a chicken or egg thing, right? You take the offensive line to help the run game, or you take the running back to help the run game. They got their pick. All the backs are out there. Najee Harris has been connected to them. I like Travis Etienne and Javonte Williams a lot as well. Still got Tevin Jenkins out there as an offensive lineman to kind of fix the profile for that team as well.
Is there anybody else from Virginia Tech for the first round break? Because we've got back-to-back, so I don't know if that would inform the decision here. So here comes the Pittsburgh Steelers pick. Cue the Boomers.
Steelers probably going to take a running back. Here we go.
24th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris.
There goes Najee Harris. Yep. So now before the Dolphins get to their second round picks, there goes the top running back. They're going to miss out on the top running backs again because they're stupid and don't know how to fucking do things. Although, again, to be fair, I wouldn't have taken one anyway. I would have took fucking Penei Sewell with 6 and literally any one of the other motherfucking pass rushers. Kwity Paye, Rousseau would have been fine. I mean, take a fucking flyer on Basham or something, or Ojulari or Away, right? Anyway, they're the ones that got to prove it, not me, so. Just like I'm not the fucking GM, I don't make the decisions, they're the ones that got to prove it.
Out of the backfield, these option routes, pivot routes, high routes, you can get them up the rail, you can do a lot of things. Najee Harris in the passing game, watch him adjust to this one down the field. Ben Roethlisberger used to have a guy that looked an awful lot like this in Le'Veon Bell. He's a very similar player in pass protection. He hangs in there, he stays square, he's firm. He's a bigger back, so on third downs, you can get a mismatch with him out in the route. You can keep him in, and you can know that you're going to be protected. So I was questioning. They need to improve the run game. They do it with an offensive lineman. Do they do it with a back? Because they lost 3 starters on that offensive line. They clearly prioritized the back.
Yeah, and remember they get Zach Banner back up.
Oh, goodness. So bad.
I'm going to go Central Casting with Franco Harris and stay right there in Pittsburgh because the size is almost exactly the same. 6'2", 230. Both of them run.
So bad.
Get that breakdown defenses. Where Harris upgrades it is catching the football. But don't forget, Franco had the immaculate reception.
So let's see, Jacksonville, then Cleveland, then Baltimore, then New Orleans, then Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, Tampa Bay. And that'll end the first round. Jacksonville is on the clock, 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, man. So bad. So bad.
That makes 6 Alabama players in the first 24 picks. Even this verbal SAT guy can do the math. That's 25% of the first round so far. Alabama picks and top players. It ties the 2004 record for Miami Hurricanes. It's one of the most first-round players for the Saints.
I talked to David Castro this week.
Oi! So bad.
So, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock for and change their second pick of the night. Jaguars when we come back, and then...
Oh, good Lord, good Lord, good Lord. I mean, a lot of people are going to be talking about how the Dolphins did so great, man, but I'm telling you.
This is character. This is fun. The NFL celebrates every
I mean, on the one hand, I am glad that they really did. I'm really glad that they did decide to go, pass rusher with that second pick. They took the one dude that I wouldn't take. Out of all of those guys, man, the one dude that I wouldn't take because injuries, man. I don't trust it. And it's nothing against the kid. It's not to say that his potential isn't what everybody says it is. It's just I'm not willing to fucking risk that, man. Like,
What does it take to prepare everyone?
you had literally every other pass rusher at your fucking fingertips. You could have taken any one of them. You decide to take the one that has the worst injury history and concussions, no less. Though that's the biggest issue. Is he's had multiple concussions. He's not even in the NFL yet. He plays a violent position, an extremely violent position, and the competition is so much harder in the NFL than it is, and harder hitting in the NFL than it is in college. So, like, I don't like it. But I hope they prove me wrong. I hope he proves me wrong.
Get on the field and let your game be a talk.
I don't like it.
Atmosphere, morning football has you covered. Storylines, headlines.
Oh, no, let's get this started.
Sorry, commercials. I mean, the Dolphins don't have any more picks unless they move up back up into the first round. So, I mean, it's pretty much it for the Dolphins.
This is more than just a game. This is team. This is character.
I don't think they're gonna. I hope not. I mean, they could. I think that would be stupid.
What's up, Devontae? It's AJ. I'm not the biggest. I wouldn't have a back to cut my size. Know that no one funny smart. You being yourself. Keep playing big. Yes, it's a big point kick.
As the philanthropic centerpiece of the NFL draft, Draftathon raises awareness for key issues at the intersection of pandemic recovery and
Oy, fucking fuckity fuck.
Screened for anxiety and depression by Mental Health America during the pandemic reported moderate to severe symptoms. More mental health services are needed, especially in the hardest hit communities. Donate now to Draftathon to help address the needs of those living with mental illness and to promote mental health.
Welcome back to Cleveland. Browns have been put on the clock during the commercial break.
I'm so tired of like rich politicians and multinational billion-dollar companies that ask average people who are struggling financially to donate, even if they're wonderful causes. Like, bro, y'all got so much goddamn money. How about you donate? How about you fucking dip into your billions, your trillions of dollars collectively, and you give to the poor and the needy? No, y'all just want to motherfucking get us to give money we ain't fucking got. I'm tired of that shit. All right, Jacksonville's about to have their second pick announced.
That feels good. With the 25th pick
I hate Roger Goodell. He's a jackass.
2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
So Jags just took Travis Etienne. So now two of the top running backs are gone before the Dolphins get to the second round. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The Dolphins are really fucking this draft up. It's not a surprise. I'm not surprised. And a lot of people out there think that they really hit on their picks. All right, dude, I'm telling you.
An outside zone team, because of his ability to just put his foot in the ground and go. You see the contact balance that he has, just pulling through tackles.
Y'all finna see.
Dabo Swinney about it. He actually compared to Walter Payton. He went strong with his confidence. As a receiving threat, you see the double moves. It's not just running back routes. They split them out this year. You see slant goes. They can be creative with him, and you can definitely use him in the screen game. Trevor Lawrence was very comfortable doing that in Clemson. They'll get to recreate that magic now with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So familiarity has been the word this year with the quarterbacks. They've got guys they're very familiar with.
That's right. So you've got.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy.
In the meantime, here's our pieces of the puzzle. Let's not forget Marvin Jones Jr. was added to the mix. James Robinson was a revelation at the position last year, and then DJ Chark for Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence. That's some good eats right there in Duval County. Joe, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hey, Joe, it's time for them. It's time to be on the clock. Yeah, it is.
So Browns are now on the clock. Dolphins are fucking their draft away. What a surprise.
Personally, I think that they could look at the edge rusher, although DJ made the point, a lot of these guys that are left on the edge have some medical issues. You can look at corner. I don't know if it's time for Greg Newsome or not, but that could be a direction they go. There is one guy.
Bitch, the first edge defender that came off the board has medical issues.
Linebacker hybrid player from Notre Dame. This guy's a playmaker. If you have a plan for him, I think he can impact your the defensive side of the ball in a major way for your team. I love him in the outside.
Well, fucking A, man. They totally screwed the first round. Brown's pick is in. We've only got a handful of picks left in the first. So night one of the draft is almost over. And I'm probably going to be the only person that thinks the Dolphins royally fucked up their draft. And we'll see who ends up being right. So far, they've proven me right on most of the shit that I've said over the past couple years. Let's see if they can somehow turn it around in year 3. This is so bad, man.
Guys just talked about it. My top-rated player is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame. It's my 15th overall player. So value. It's a position they need, and he can stare me right in the face. So my top safety, Trevin Merrick, is also good. So those are my two highest available players in the most that help the Browns. Merrick, and I like it too. Brand Delpit's coming back off of an Achilles. They'll get in for the first time, and they acquired John Johnson. So that might not be a spot they go.
Talk about a renaissance in 11-win season for the Browns. Playoff season for the Browns. Playoff win season for the Browns.
Shit, son.
Hosting of an NFL draft for the Browns. And interestingly enough, thanks to there being, 7 teams that got in last year that were succeeding. They got a third-place schedule announced on May 12th. So they're coming with all that momentum. And a third-place schedule to play, things are looking up. Normally the Browns pick is maybe direction a little bit of a pick this time. Now,
It's normally made about 2 hours ago.
I know, now it's adding to the mix. Let's suck in. The first ever draft choice by the Browns being a draft entry.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved students across the country. We have partnered with the Education Trust as part of Draft-a-thon to bridge the divide. Maya Tomono and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning. She has worked with
Cleveland's pick is in. They're about to announce it. See who it is.
distributing computers, but teaching other students how to use them. I'm proud to introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
Cleveland. Are you ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land with the 26th pick for the 2021
I mean,
for the Cleveland Browns?
so they finally made it to the playoffs 7 years after, or something like that. 6 or 7. They get Greg Newsome. It took the Browns like 6 or 7 years, whatever year it was, to finally make it to the playoffs. What a successful tank job they did.
Northwestern football, 2 first-round draft choices for the first time ever. Congratulations, Coach Fitzgerald.
Go Cats. That's what Coach Fitzgerald wants to say. Look, this is my fourth corner. He's the fourth corner off the board. He's my 27th player. They get him at 26. He's an efficient mover. He's very smooth and fluid. He had a phenomenal throw there where you saw that movement. There's never any wasted movement when he's in off coverage. He opens up his hips.
Okay.
He drives and he closes. How about this one? The double move, most guys are done right here. He recovers. Not only does he recover, he finds and pokes the ball all the way down the field. You also get some of that physicality. Not afraid to put his pads on guys and show
Well,
the change of direction coming up here in the flat. Oh, big hit.
another bad draft.
See him here in Iowa, working to the block, get to the perimeter, find a way to make a play in the run.
Yet another bad draft. 3 straight years of bad drafts. What a shocker. Not really.
Well, that Northwestern defense was very salty, guys, in particular on the pass defense. Mike Hankwitz was their defensive coordinator. Now he retired after a long and lengthy tenure as a defensive coordinator in college football. He runs a very zone-heavy scheme. A lot of
Fucking
corners.
balls, bro.
That means the safeties play low, and the corners are basically in man, yet they have their eyes in the backfield. So he is comfortable with his eyes in the backfield and keeping that spatial awareness and the feel for the wide receiver. He does it time and time again. He's tough. He tackles well. I think he's going to fit the personality of the Cleveland Browns so well. Greg Newsome's a heck of a player. He's very smart. I'm not going to love him here.
We'll take a break. We've got 6 more picks to go in the first round. 2 of them belong to the Ravens. Saints, Packers, Bills, and the Buccaneers. Wrap up night 1.
Ravens are up next at 27.
On spring. Calculators watching NFL is nothing but a lot to benefit their medical coverage.
I cannot wait for this.
Join KX and celebrity guest on 2-day event. Hey, Russ, why did your wife put you out in the car, man? Get you out in the house. Find out more at NFL.
Like this NFL season, it takes the entire NFL family there to protect each other. As the situation
Fuck.
of COVID-19 evolves, so do our safety measures.
What does it take to ensure that no one is left behind? Clear School Mission is dedicated to providing educational grants, access, and technology to those who need it most. What does it take to prepare everyone for the road ahead? It takes all of us.
What's up, Justin? It's Baker.
I mean, the only way, literally the only way that they could.
Seems like you always find a way. And that's what's going to allow you to put your own stamp on the game. I can't wait to see what you do.
The only thing they could do to get worse is if they decided to fucking trade away precious draft capital to move up back into the first round. That would not be good.
Have no fear. The Morning Football has you covered. Storylines, headlines,
Let's get this.
I wouldn't put it past them, although I don't think that's going to happen, but I really wouldn't put it past them.
Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer pick if you have no brain.
I'm not going to be stopping down the back because of my size. Know that no one playing you small. You be yourself. Keep playing big.
Yes, that's a big one, kid.
Since 2005, Rich Eisen has run a 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit NFL.com/network/.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I kind of want this shit to just wrap up already, man. Fuck.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here. Let me tell you something. You're always going to bet. I've heard it all before. Get on the field and let your game be the talk.
This is for all the footballers, all the QBs, side steppers, and zone dancers. The NFL celebrates every level of the game, leagues for every kind of play. Let's play. Learn more at playfootball.com.
It's first time 7 offensive players went off the board to start the draft. First time 6 Alabama players in the first round. First time in the college draft era. Falcon running back from the same school was selected in the first round of the same draft. Team Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne going ahead and getting drafted by Jacksonville. And how about Clemson football using a Peaches and Herb reference that most of their student body probably will not get?
But they didn't even tag Peaches and Herb.
It's Peaches and Herb on Twitter. I imagine you're not even on Twitter.
I'm sure Herb is. But this is like number 12 Peaches. So.
Oh my gosh, NFL Total Access with far more, I think, salient facts potentially. As soon as we're done here, send you that. Oh my goodness gracious. We're just going down all sorts of music history here.
Give me a little Whitney here. Coach Shaw,
Come on, get to the pick. Who's fucking up on Ravens? Yeah, I think Goodell's a clown. Roger Goodell sucks. But I thought he was supposed to fucking. I thought he was gonna like step down or something. Guess not.
The Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota.
All right, Ravens take Rashad Bateman.
Ourselves a wide receiver going to the Ravens. Wow catches, or they could use moments like that.
I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, you saw Eric DeCosta in their press conference. The GM of the Ravens say was insulted when people were saying they didn't have a great wide receiver room. They've added to it now with Bateman. He's a pure route runner. You saw him this year more in the slot. You go back to 2019, he was outside, as you see here. I think he's much better on the outside. He's comfortable out there. He's dynamic in and out of the break. He's dynamic off the line of scrimmage to win right now, immediately. And go up and high point the football, make adjustments down the field. We talked about giving Lamar Jackson a little bit more catch radius. But now some other size receivers that are on the ground. This guy can go up and get it. And I say wild catches, I'm talking about one-handers, twirling catches. There'll be some highlights of Lamar Jackson going to Bateman. And it's safe to say, Rich, he found somebody that loves him.
You like that, Coach Shaw. You like that one. I was outstanding. He brings him high. He brings him high. Okay, so let's take a look at the Ravens. Speaks of Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh confirmed. He said, I'll do it on your show, Rich. He was on my show. He confirmed that your option's going to get picked up. So, add a Golden Gopher down to an Ohio State running back, Marquise Brown. So much more there. Fuel on that offense. All right, see Jacksonville. We need to break up the Saints too. It's not you. It's not you.
So, look, what does it take to challenge racial and economic injustice? The Equal Justice Initiative is dedicated to protecting human rights and reforming criminal justice. What does it take to stand up for every American? It takes all of us.
All right, come on. Do we got to have commercials in between every pick now or what?
That's what's going to allow you to put your own stamp on the league. I can't wait to see what you're doing. Let me tell you something. You're always going to have doubters. I've heard it all before. Get on the field and let your game do the talking. To play this NFL season, it takes the entire NFL family to do their part to protect each other. As the situation
Come on, bro.
so do our safety measures.
Next pick.
Here, the Money Football has you covered. Storylines, headlines.
Let's get this started.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video recapping the first round. Right after the first round ends. I'm gonna go through the entire list of first round picks because I want to talk about not just the Dolphins picks but also the other players that they missed out on.
Here, the Money Football has you covered. Storylines, headlines.
Let's get this started.
Good morning. Good morning.
Come on. Damn, dude, come on with the fucking commercials, man. Shit.
Visit NFL.com/network/RobertTrot to donate and tune into the 2021 NFL Draft on NFL Network to see Rich won.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here. Let me tell you something.
Oh my God.
I've heard it all before. Get on the field and let your game do the talking.
Okay, Saints pick is in. 28. Miami still hasn't traded back into the first round, so we remain where we pick it in the second. So we still have no more picks. Our picks are still done for the night. Unless they hop into the tail end there. See who the Saints take at 28.
We're back here in Cleveland, Ohio. It is pick number 28 about the announcement on the New Orleans Saints. And the Packers, who had quite the dramatic afternoon that we'll get to in a second. What do you think the Saints are going to do with this pick?
They have a whole quarterback opposite of Marshawn Lattimore. So when you look at the stack, for me, you've got Asante Samuel from Florida State that's still out there. You've got two Georgia corners, Stokes and Campbell, that are out there as well. And I would like to add, BFT Commenter has tremendous range. He's got from Michael Jackson. He can run the whole gambit here. He looks just like him. I'm not kidding.
I mean, I don't know if we got a shot of a band as the Saints fans are looking into it, but
Impressive.
he's been going higher and they started everything like that. Okay, here comes the Saints pick.
All right, who do they take? Come on. Can we knock some of these fucking picks out? I swear, do we really need to have commercials in between each one? It's only so that way that it's all about money. What more commercials equals more money because of whatever the products are being sold in the commercials or advertised in the commercials. And then it's just a way to keep viewership longer. Fucking come on, bro. Get to the damn picks.
With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
So defensive end Peyton Turner.
They got a lot of push for the end of the process here. It was phenomenal at the Senior Bowl. Somebody that got better. You saw from 19 to 20, he slimmed down, he lost a little weight, and you saw the speed and power. There were several teams hoping he was going to make it to them in the early portion of the second round. Peyton Turner does not make it. It's interesting also how some teams have a type. To me, Marcus Davenport, body type-wise, is exactly the same as you see in Peyton Turner. That big hulking guy coming off the edge who just engulfs guys when he gets to him with backs and quarterbacks.
And Marcus Davenport's 50-year option was just picked up in the last 24 hours. So, in the last 4 hours, we've been enjoying the draft. But before that, for 4 hours, it was all about the drama. Ian Rappaport coming out of Green Bay. What the heck happened today? Throughout the last few weeks, it came to light today.
And Rich, was like a publicity.
Green Bay's pick is in.
How angry Aaron Rodgers but really since the Packers selected Jordan Love in the first round last year, the Packers and Rodgers have been at odds over contract negotiations on a big-time extension. They made a big offer to him. He has not yet taken it. Clearly, his frustration is mounting. Perhaps the Green Bay Packers could make Aaron Rodgers happy by taking a receiver in this draft. They take a hard look at Elijah Walker. Will miss is one to consider. They can take a corner. That's another potential area. Eric Stokes from Georgia. So
Now, look, you know I'm not a troll, right? I'm not a troll. I'm just not a troll. Case in point, I know they took Jordan Love last year. And you take a look at the first round selection since Rodgers has been there. And the people around him, you got Devontae Adams, Big Bobby Tonyan has been terrific. You know, Mercedes Lewis is the only first round pick he's thrown a touchdown pass to his entire start. What if they choose another quarterback here just to say, let's end it? We'll end it now. You know, I don't even know if it matters who they choose here when it obviously is the fact that Rodgers wants to choose how his career and when it ends. That's what every quarterback that's at the end of his summer career wants. He just wins the MVP award. I assume that's what this contract is about. It's more news when a quarterback says, I will not restructure my contract, when the quarterback says, okay. So there's something afoot here that may just come down to it. Give him a contract, right? Is that, I know it's easy for us to say, but I'll give it up to you, Coach Shaw, on the subject.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I was sitting here on the desk with of course, the last 12 months. But as I said, you've got a top three quarterback who's coming up essentially his best season ever as the league MVP, as he was the league MVP. And you've got to find a way to make it work. You know, if he's not happy, find out what it is. He's not sitting here on the desk. That's the guy. Make the guy happy, because he'll make everybody else happy. Yeah, I mean, I would queue up a little in excess what you want right now and give Aaron what he wanted here and give him some help along that on the offense. It seems weird to say that because he's an MVP. Obviously, the offense has plenty of good pieces there, but sometimes it's like olive branch time. And I think we've reached that point if you're the Green Bay Packers. Whatever you got to do to repair this thing, and that could start with this pick right here.
Joel, Kurt, what do you think?
Yeah. What do you think? I don't know. Round the draft, a great draft up to this point. Yeah, maybe the biggest draft after all of the stuff with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, there's really no choice here, right? They've got to figure out a way to keep this guy. They can't let him go, can they?
I would think, yes. But I will say they don't need offensive help. You look at them offensively, they're one of the best offenses in the entire National Football League. Where they're lacking is creating turnovers on the defensive side. And so for me, I would go defense because that would help their team more, but it wouldn't make their quarterback happy.
Well, aren't you a former quarterback?
Yes.
You don't listen to him. You can always use help on the offensive side, Rich, especially if you're a quarterback. Give him another playmaker.
But I'm sure Aaron would mind having the ball either go to the end zone by the defense or handed back to him on the plus side of the field because of a takeaway. So the drama and
All right, so what does Green Bay do? Let's go. Do we literally only have like 3 picks left?
29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
They take cornerback Eric Stokes.
They decide to go and do what Joel said, go on the defensive side of the ball. Eric Stokes, this is where we could see a run of corners late 1, early 2. He's got a 4.29. He's got big-time makeup speed, a little bit of hip tightness, plays that side shuffle turn, but he can find and play the football for a bigger corner. That was the difference to me between him and his teammate Tyson Campbell. Gave him a little bit of an edge there because of that ability. See him being able to read the quarterback undercut routes, get his hands on the ball. Here he is working against Missouri. Again, get your head around, find it, knock it away. The ability down here in the red zone, get your hands on it, be physical. You got to flip your hips here. You see a little bit of rigidity there when he has to open up, turn and run. That's something you're hoping to work through. He's tough all day long, and that speed and toughness means you can use it like this, splits him off the edge. Man, Tennessee shows up a lot of these defensive highlights.
Oh, boy.
And then to me, the explosive speed, ball comes up in the air. You can see him on special teams use that speed and plays well. They're fired up in that draft room. it probably was the best thing from a team standpoint and their roster and their wants and their needs. I thought there was a chance they might.
I understand that they don't, like last year, again, the defensive players that were on the draft board when they took Jordan Love was another aspect of the pick that made it a head scratcher. Certainly when the sound of Raheem Mostert
Buffalo's up next. So it's Buffalo, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, and then we're done with the first round.
That was Raheem Mostert 2 years ago. This was Kevin King this year in the game against Tampa. So you get the corner, and the fan psyche is like, okay, good, that's what we wanted. But you remember what the Josh Jackson they took a few years ago? They thought he would create the turnovers and the takeaways. He hasn't. They need someone opposite Jair Alexander to lock some people down. That's a big reason why Eric Stokes went here.
It makes a lot of sense. He is fast, he is long, he's a ball hawk, like DJ said. This is a passing lead. You've got to have doors. They got to
All right, so now we move to the Buffalo Bills, who had their best season since 1995 by all measures and metrics. And the turnaround for the Bills with Sean McDermott as the head coach and Brandon Beane named GM all in the same year of 2017. They got the Pro Bowl caliber players for the draft, traded for Stephon Diggs. 3 playoff appearances in the previous 4 seasons, including that memorable season last year, their first AFC East title and playoff win since 1995. Josh Allen is clearly the man there. They're fist pounding in the fully vaccinated draft room in Orchard Park, New York. About
Well, when you look at their team, Rich, this is second scoring offense in the NFL. They're dynamic on that side of the ball. Defensively, they're tied for 15th in sacks. So can you do something to juice up this pass rush a little bit? The good news is you're going to be playing with the league. You're going to have a lot of opportunities to rush the quarterback. When I look at the edge rushers, I got Rousseau from Miami, I've got Ojulari from Georgia, you've got Jason Oweh, the freaky tester from Penn State.
how about this? While we're sitting here, Josh Allen is the dean of AFC East quarterbacks. Because Cam is in year 2, and you've got Tua going to be in year 2, and Zach Wilson year 1. He is basically this is the team to beat in the AFC East for this year and potentially for a long time to come.
I look at that division too, and I look at the head coach in that division, defensive guys, physical mentality, tough. You saw Joe Douglas go offensive line. I think he realizes they need to try and match the physicality of the Buffalo Bills. They're having an impact on the rest of the division. It used to be the Patriots. How do we beat the Patriots? You got to build your team to beat the Patriots. Right now, I think he's focused on the Bills in that division.
Opposite Tre'Davious White. Right now, it's Levi Wallace. They had a bunch of injuries last year. Even Dane Jackson played a lot last year. Was a late round pick out of Pitt.
What about the concept of running back? Just throwing it out there. They did such an unbalanced attack for that team last year. Josh Allen's their best runner.
A lot of that was scheme. A lot of that was what they wanted to do. One of the offensive coordinator, Brian Dable. We were a pass first team, and we mix in the run. That's how they did it. But Zach Moss went off hurt in the playoff game, a lower leg injury. Devin Singletary didn't jump up in the second year. That running back, there's a Javonte.
All right, come on. Who is Buffalo picking?
You know what those good runners do. Absolutely. Big, physical. When I watched Javonte Williams, I saw guys leaving trails of bodies behind him. People going off left and right. Would be a great accent to Josh Allen.
Man, if the Buffalo Bills take Javonte Williams, the Dolphins are super fucked in this first round. And even the start of the second round, because then by the time they get to their first, second round pick, all the top running backs, the best running backs will be gone. The Bills better not take Javonte Williams, bro. They probably will, though. Watch. I've been right so far. All right, well, let's see who they take. Here comes Goodell.
With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, defensive end, Miami.
So they just took Gregory Rousseau. I mean, that's going to be a big piece for them on their defense. So Javonte Williams is still available for right now.
Let me just collect myself. There it is. It's true.
I'm happy for this kid. This kid opted out this year. His mom was a nurse who dealt with the double COVID. It was very real to Gregory Rousseau. That's why he opted out. He wanted to take care of his mother. So he goes to his pro day, does not have a great pro day. There's some thought he could slide. He was my top edge rusher. I put him as my number 2 guy. You're looking at somebody who's a high school safety and wide receiver. He's just figuring this whole thing out. In 1 year as a starter at Miami, had 15.5 sacks. He didn't even really know what he's doing. So to me, when you have his size, his length, and that production, and he is nowhere near what he can be,
Yeah, see, I would have taken Gregory Rousseau over Jalen Phillips.
DJ said it earlier. A team built to play with the lead. This offense is reminds
He's only just starting to scratch his potential.
And this is a kid, guys, as we go over the video, who has the ability to play outside as well as reduce inside and create some pressure there.
I mean, the Dolphins should.
I talked about his size and height.
I mean, the offensive line still needs fucking help, man. But I don't know that there's really. I mean, I guess they could take one of those centers with their first, second round pick. But if Javonte Williams is there, they probably should take him because otherwise they're not going to have like any of the good fucking running backs. Miss out on running backs again.
It's hard to make great pass rush if you can't feel and sense where the quarterback is. This kid has that despite not a lot of experience. You can reduce him inside and you clear the dance floor. What that means is you're going to fan out the protection and you're going to find some of these tomato can guards you're going to see in the NFL and you're going to let this guy beat up on him inside. So clear the floor and let him go to work. He's got a lot of versatility that way. I just got a text. Someone said there's no way he played wide receiver in high school. There's just absolutely no way. Oh yeah, but guess what? Check out the tape.
There it is.
There's Greg Rousseau.
High pointed.
Coach, when you're scouting, these are the types of things that you see, right? You can go out and you see these guys play a lot of different spots, and then you decide whether you're going to play or not.
That's not fair.
Yeah, you're looking for the guys that can do the things that you can't coach, which is be big and long. This guy, so that's what I wrote down on my sheet. Unnaturally long.
He just walked down the stage there and was high-fiving people, low-fiving people without really bending over. Not really bending over. He was just reaching down. This guy is a quarterback's nightmare because you think you're protecting, you feel the pocket.
I definitely would have took Gregory Rousseau over Jalen Phillips. I think Jalen Phillips is going to be. It's just going to be tough, man. The injuries scare me. His talent is one thing, man. It's just the injuries, especially concussions at such a violent fucking position. All right, well, come on. Let's get to these last 2 picks, Baltimore and Tampa Bay. Man, shit.
We're Les Joseph since 30. I had been high on Rousseau for this whole process, and I talked to a lot of teams, and I couldn't get anyone to join me. I'm like, am I living on Rousseau Island, population 1? No, Sean McDermott was there the whole time, just on the other side of the island. He just wanted me to tell you that. And I'm fine, you're right.
So the Ravens' second pick, this was a pick that was acquired from against Andrew Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs in the Orlando Brown trade that occurred just in the past week, sending Orlando Brown to be the left tackle.
All right, so Baltimore with pick 31.
The Ravens collect using the Chiefs pick that they acquired that trade. Let's set things to the stage.
Of course, we need more fucking commercials or whatever first, or more bullshit.
COVID to be with his family. It was a long wait in the green room tonight. We saw the celebration. How excited are you to be the newest member of the Buffalo Bills?
I'm super excited. Bills Mafia. I can't wait to get over there. I can't wait.
We saw you already going to see some fans down there on the stage.
Yeah. I can't wait. I'm ready to go over there and compete in this new world. It's a blessing to be here. I'm so thankful
God ain't got nothing to do with it, my dog.
I'm be just fine. I promise.
I love that smile. All right, Rich.
Then, of course, he'll be home on the road when they play at Miami. Here's the moment where he learned he's finally, after a long wait, in the National Football League. Congratulations to him and his family sticking together. Now celebrating together. Ravens and the Buccaneers, the champs. Wrap up the night.
Two more for the night. Of course, we need more motherfucking commercials first. The same dumbass commercials. Come on, bruh.
As the situation with COVID-19 evolves, so do our safety measures.
What does it take to ensure that no one is left behind? Players Coalition is dedicated to providing educational grants, access, and technology to those who need it most. What does it take to prepare everyone for the road ahead? It takes all of us.
Since 2005, Rich Eisen has run a 40 benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Visit NFL.com/network/RunRichRun to donate. Then tune into the 20 to see Rich Run.
What's up, Justin? It's Baker. When there are thousands of skeptics, Justin Fields been able to rise up. It seems like you always find a way. And that's what's going to allow you to put your own stamp on the name. I can't wait to see what you do.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here. Let me tell you something. You're always going to have doubters. I've heard it all before.
Oh, fuck.
Let's get this started.
Good morning. Good morning. That's the NFL. It just keeps on coming. Good morning football. Only on NFL Network. Watch the NFL starting to unlock.
Almost there. Man, I actually was excited too. For the draft today. And then I was nervous, man, when we got to 6. And Sewell was there, man. I was like, could they do it? Could they make the right move? Could they make the smart decision? Nope. Nope.
As soon as we're done with the draft tonight, don't go anywhere. NFL Total Access, the Emmy Award-nominated NFL Total Access, starting right away to wrap up
Yeah.
for 19 years. That
Ready for an NFL draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Jason Away.
All right. There goes Jason Away to the Baltimore Ravens at 31.
Jason Away. 2020 first team All Big Ten.
Jason Owen, what do you think here, PJ?
It's an interesting case study because he did not have a sack this last year, but when you study the tape, you see a very disruptive player. He helped a lot of guys out with his penetration and pressures. He just didn't get the finishes that he would want. He ran in the 4.3s at his pro day. He's 6'4", 257 pounds, so that will get you the label as a freak.
Say what?
Yes. At the Penn State, I don't know what they're doing at Penn State. Those guys all test like this every. It's unbelievable what they do with these guys. But you want to talk about speed coming off the edge?
All right, well, we just need to see what Tampa Bay does with that last pick, and that's a wrap on the first round.
He sees ability to soften the edge. He's not real polished at this point in time, but with his explosive first step, he's able to gain an edge and make things happen. You see these flashes, the flashes of the power, the speed to power that he's going to be able to generate off the edge. It's not all there yet, but he has so much in his body. And I go back to that pro day again. Look at this dude run. Jeez. He ran 4.37. He had a 39.5-inch burn. So when you leave off Mike Martindale in this Ravens scheme, how creative they are, they're going to find a way to get that athlete isolated on tight ends and on linebackers, and he will no longer have a known up sack column.
You mean
You said the biggest word to me. You said disruption.
tight ends and running backs, I think is what he meant, but
And there's a word that came up, crazy came up every once in a while, which this guy's a Raven. So you can kind of look at this guy fast and physical and look at that defense. Excited to see these guys.
all right, Tampa Bay's pick is in. This will be the end of the draft.
Bucks chose bedtime. I don't know. Yeah, get right to it. He knew what he wanted. He knew what he wanted. What ways?
Arians, Jason Light, by the way, re-signing basically everyone there. They're bringing the band back together. They're on a mission for repeat. So, here we go. The world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the pick that wraps up night one.
With the 32nd pick in the 2021 NFL draft,
And it is
Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, Washington.
Joe Tryon, linebacker from Washington.
They don't have enough at that position with Devin
That
White
brings us to the conclusion.
and, of course, Levante David. Here's Joe Tryon as the commissioner is wrapping up the evening. What do you think right here, DJ?
Well, he's an intriguing edge rusher. He's one that we didn't see play this year.
All right, well, that is it. That is all 32 picks in the first round of the NFL draft. A lot of people are going to say, I would venture to guess most everyone is going to say that the Dolphins had a really good day one. I am going to be making my recap of the day one draft right after this. I have a different opinion. I don't like the picks that they made, and it's not just that, but it's also the other players that they missed out on, passed on, etc. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. Obviously, I'm probably going to be the only person with that opinion, so if you care to hear it, check out the video. Otherwise, I think it's going to be about time to wrap up the stream so I can go ahead and put this video together, and we'll go from there. Day 2 is tomorrow. I do intend to do another live stream for day 2. Probably not day 3, though, because that shit's early in the morning for me. So, yeah. All right. And I appreciate it, everybody that jumped in here, the conversation. And as usual, it was nice. It was good. It was fun. And I'll catch you next time. Fins up.